Thank you so much for being here on today. We're going to open up with a word of prayer, and we will get started with our agenda. Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this hour. We thank you for early rising this morning. God, we thank you for the meeting of the minds, the people that are gathered here today. Heavenly Father, we ask now that you will give us wisdom and understanding, that we will be able to do what you have called us to do, that your grace and mercy would rest, rule, and abide with us as we move forward with your agenda. Lord, we love you today, and we ask all these things in your Son's name. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. Technology prevails itself. Good morning to everyone. I would say to Chairman Hitchens, we're not at the Capitol, so we can't switch the board. Let me thank everyone for taking the opportunity to come to this defining moment of this being our second hearing or meeting on the issue of gangs, youth, and violence in the state of Georgia. This is a part of House Resolution 585, which is a resolution that was derived during the last session to focus on the preventive level of the problem that we have in the state of Georgia. And we are at a defining moment of a problem, and it is our problem as a total state and a total community. Before we continue, I do want to recognize a couple of people. I saw earlier we had Commissioner Bobby Lockett. I saw him here. I just wave your hand. Thank you so much. And I know that we also have with us, I want him to get a chance to say hello, our Congressman Buddy Carter as he comes, and we're going to have a great thank you as he gets ready to come up to our president, our new president of Georgia Southern, and the great hospitality that Georgia Southern has provided in helping us host this event. Let us greet our Congressman Buddy Carter, and we're very thankful for your opportunity to come today.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, but most of all, I appreciate you all being here, and I especially appreciate the study committee being here. And I want to say just a personal thank you to Representative Carl Gilliard, who has done such an outstanding job of representing our community, and that is so very important. I want to thank the study committee for being here in Savannah, and thank you for being in Chatham County. As you know, I served for 10 years in the state legislature. I served on many study committees, and I saw the value in that, and I learned the value of that. Not only did I serve on many study committees, but I also read the report of many study committees that I didn't serve on. A study committee gives you the opportunity to really dive deep down into a subject, and it's the information that you gather there is invaluable, especially to the members, but also to your colleagues in the state legislature as well. So thank you for doing that. A big thank you for particularly choosing this subject matter. It is an important subject matter. It's an important subject matter in our country and all throughout our country. You know, so often we look to Washington, D.C. for the answers. Well, folks, let me tell you, the answers are not always in Washington, D.C. The answers are usually right here in our own community. That's why I'm so excited about you taking on this endeavor, because it is so very important. If we look at some of the things that have happened in our country just over the past month, the shootings in El Paso, the shooting in Dayton, you know, those are situations where we understand that early intervention is going to be extremely important. We understand that reaching out to each other, identifying these situations, someone who's despondent, someone who's withdrawn, that's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we're reaching out to those people, making sure that the programs that are in place, making sure that we are identifying the programs that are working and really putting our resources toward those programs. This is a complicated issue. Gang violence, youth violence is a very complicated issue. It's no one item that we can choose and say, okay, this is the solution. This is a silver bullet. We all understand that. And I know our police chief will agree with that. It's a number of different things that we have to look at. In Congress, I serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and we have jurisdiction over the broadest jurisdiction of any committee in Congress. It's not only the oldest committee in Congress, it's also the broadest in the terms of jurisdiction. One of the areas that we have jurisdiction over is telecommunications. One of the things that I'm very concerned with, and I don't know how much this really plays into youth violence or gang violence, but I suspect it plays a big part in it, is the glorification of violence on some of these video games. That's something we've got to address. Now, I don't want the federal government to have authority over the internet. I think it's flourished primarily because we've stayed out of it. But we've made it clear to them, unless you clean this up, we're going to have to clean it up for you. Because, as I say, the glorification of violence on these video games, it cannot be accepted. We can't have that in our society. That's something we've got to stop. As I said before, I know that this is a complicated issue with many, many things that we need to address. I applaud you for what you're doing. I thank you for what you're doing. I commit to you, if we can help you in any way at the federal level, we want to do that. We have grants available, as you well know, that go toward programs. We need your feedback. This is your product. When you finish and you produce a report, I want to see it. I want to take it back with me. Let us learn from this. So again, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your work. Representative Gilliard, what a great asset you are to our community. Thank you so much. Colonel Hitchens, thank you for being here. You're also a part of our community in 1st District. We appreciate all the work both of you do, all the members of this committee. So thank you, and God bless you.
We have our great leadership from Georgia Southern University. We're here at the Armstrong campus. Would you greet our president and give him a big hand in the hospitality that Georgia Southern has provided?
Well, good morning and welcome to Armstrong, Georgia Southern campus. We're thrilled you're here and we're thrilled to be hosting you today. Representative Gilliard, thank you for your leadership on this important committee. Colonel Hitchen, Congressman Carter, and the Commissioner Oliver and Crittenden, thank you also for being here today. This is an important day because it addresses a subject, an area of which transcends and intersects directly with our belief in the transformational power of education. If we believe education can elevate socioeconomic classes, we know that our youth and the issues of gang violence can be an impediment in that journey along that way. And so for this committee and the work that you're doing, I applaud that and I thank you. Because as we intersect and work together within our communities, it is that access and ability to obtain education that will elevate our communities. So thank you for that and thank you for your work today. And I wish you all the best and enjoy our campus. And please take a visit to this beautiful campus if you haven't walked it here. And thank you all so much for being here. Thank you.
Let me not prolong. I want to make sure we introduce our committee members, and they are here. I'm really blessed that we have two of our constitutional officers that are a part of this committee, starting with one of my favorite commissioners who's the workaholic for the state. If everyone would introduce themselves, starting with Commissioner Crittenden.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Robin Crittenden. I'm Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Human Services.
My name is Tyrone Oliver, the Commissioner of the Department of Juvenile Justice.
My name is Bill Hitchens. I'm the state representative for West Chatham and South Effingham counties. I'm the former commissioner of the Georgia Department of Public Safety, and I was Georgia's first Homeland Security Director.
I'm Representative Brian Prince. I'm from the Augusta area. I represent parts of Richmond County, which is Augusta, and Jefferson County. So I have a urban and a rural area. Glad to be here.
Good morning. I'm Gary McGivney, Deputy Superintendent for the Georgia Department of Education.
Good morning. My name is Beverly Trotter. I'm the Director of Savannah U City.
Good morning. Kit Cummings, Founder and President of the Power Peace Project from Atlanta.
And we've got several great individuals in this audience. Let me say to you all, this is a study committee meeting. And one of the things we want to get across to everyone is that we're going to need everyone's involvement. There should be a survey that they've also passed out that might not be enough for what you're recommending. But we also invite you to email us your recommendations. Your recommendations are very important. We also have GMA here, and the Georgia Municipal Association is partnering with us through 159 counties to get the word out to send a survey to all of the municipalities and leadership and law enforcement and community. We have Beverly and Kit are examples of this committee that represent the committee of community and people that work with youth. So we need to have community centers, organizations, nonprofits, everyone from the churches and everyone involved on this issue. You will find out today from our presentations that law enforcement cannot do it by themselves. So we invite you to give your dialogue in that manner. We have some great examples of programs. We have Mr. Stokes that's here from Atlanta, and we have Michelle Young, who has worked with gang prevention programs for over 2 decades. So I'm not going to prolong you. We're going to get started with our first presenter, and he is John Melvin, who is the Chief of Staff for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Let's give him a hand.
I want to thank the committee, and just by way of introduction, my name is John Melvin. I am Chief of Staff at the GBI. Prior to that, I served 25 years as a prosecuting attorney for the state of Georgia. But those 22 years, I'm also a pastor and have also served in a church. So I have different concepts about the way to address this problem. By the time the GBI gets involved and law enforcement gets involved, many times it's almost a little bit too late. So I'm so thankful for the presence of so many people here like Dominic Stokes with Community Team Coalition that's going to be addressing the spiritual side of this. So today what I'm going to do is make sure that we understand what the problem is. We have very specific recommendations for the House committee to concern themselves with, and I hope y'all give it due regard. So that's what I'm going to do today. If you want to hear my recommendations on the spiritual side, just come Sunday. But if you want to pass the collection plate today, I won't object to that. So let's go ahead and dive right into it so we can understand what the problems is. The director of the GBI, Mr. Vic Reynolds, was district attorney of Cobb County for 6 years before the governor appointed him to be the director. When he was in Cobb County and took over Cobb County, like so many people, he was unaware of the ubiquitous nature that gangs poses. But then we had a series of gang violent incidents, and it kind of like the Damascus Road with the Apostle Paul, the light came on for us, and it's like, oh my Lord, this is systemic, it's bad, and it's pervasive. So when we started doing some research into it, what Director Reynolds realized was the gangs don't recognize any local, state, or international boundaries. They're everywhere. And so with that, we started looking into the numbers, and the numbers were somewhat terrifying. Recently, the Georgia Gang Investigators Association did a study, and I'm sure that many of y'all are aware of this, but just so we know, of our 159 counties, 153 of them have replied that their #1 issue is gang violence. Of the 363 municipal police departments that we have, 323 replied that gangs are their #1 issue. The problem is systemic, it's ubiquitous. Our governor, of course, part of his platform was to stop and dismantle gangs. And he recognized that our legislature has given us the strongest gang statute in the United States. But there's room for improvement, and there's some things that our committee can do, and I'm so thankful for y'all being here today. The director has recognized that it's not just a gang problem, and I hope that we can recapture the language that's around here. As a matter of fact, even with my own agency, as we're putting together our budget for the next year, and we're putting together our strategic plan, the author of the document wrote it as, we need to address the gang population. And it's like, oh no. It's not a gang population and it's not a gang problem. It's a gang crisis. And as Representative Gilliard said, we have 71,000 gang members in the state of Georgia documented. I would venture to say that it's not really just a gang crisis, but it's a gang occupation. That's larger than several brigades. Our Attorney General, of course, has recognized that gangs are tied to every single aspect of crime. And gangs themselves, the last study that was done was in 2011 by the Department of Justice. And they recognized in 2011 that we have 1.4 million documented gang members in the United States. That's 2011. The question is why haven't we had it then? Since then, in 2011, Congress did defund the National Gang Database, and this study has not been replicated at that level. Academics are saying that and just so we can kind of think about the growth in gangs and how exponential it has been in the past few years. In the 2005 National Gang Database, there were 800,000. In 2009, there were 1 million documented gang members. In 2011, that's 1.4 million. So between 2005 of 800,000 and 2011, we had a 600,000 increase in our gang population. That is larger than the population of the state of Wyoming, 600,000. Academics recently have said that number is low. If you graph it on out, they're estimating that the gang crisis, we would have triple the number if that study were done today. Triple. So we're talking in the realm of 3 to 4 million in the United States. Lowball numbers. What is the reason for some of the lowball numbers that we have? And quite frankly, we're going to be honest with ourselves, because the truth is going to set us free. We have underreporting of gang problems. Sometimes jurisdictions, agencies, even school systems will not want to report the stats that we have. But when we actually start doing the deep dive into it, it's ubiquitous, it's systemic, it's pervasive. Now, what the victimology and the purpology is showing us is that gangs dominate every single aspect of crime. We'll go into it in just a little bit, but they touch all crime. Gangs touch illegal narcotics trade, they touch human trafficking, and they touch all violent crime. For example, the United States Department of Justice did a study and showed that criminal street gangs commit as much as 80% of all crime in any jurisdiction. When we dig a little bit deeper, what they're saying is that criminal gang members are also the primary retail level distributors of illegal drugs. That was back in our 2009 study. There was one study that was done in San Diego a number of years ago that showed that there were 110 gangs in the San Diego area, and they were the ones that were primarily responsible for human sex trafficking that was going on. Gangs, on average, are responsible for 48, and some studies have shown as high as 90% of all violent crime in many jurisdictions. So 48 to 90%. And the vast majority of gang member victims are innocent bystanders. So if we're thinking just going with that 1.4 million for every gang member, if we attribute a victim to every one of those, we're talking 1.4 million victims. If it's triple that number, we can do the math on this one. So let's talk about the metro numbers, and what's emblematic of the metro Atlanta area is going to be emblematic of our larger cities in the state. And so let's look at the numbers. This was published recently, just a few months ago. The Federal Bureau of Investigations recognized that within the city of Atlanta, we have over 50,000 active gang members, which would be enough to fill up Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And that from that, we are spilling out, and I saw this as a prosecutor, that it's spilling out further and further away from the city, and it's growing like a cancer. Insider Advantage did a study with the Open Records Act, and so they sent a open records request to our 4 largest police departments in the city, and they asked a simple question. They said, how many street gang warrants have you taken out in the past 12 months? This was a study that was done 3.5 years ago. Of the 4 largest police departments in the state, 3 of them said, I don't know. And every single one of those departments has an established gang unit. Georgia law enforcement answers. Same question sent out. How many street gang warrants by your department in the past 12 months? Georgia law enforcement answers of those 4 jurisdictions. They said, we're not the custodian of the records. 3 of them said that, and the 4th one said 1. So one of the things that we're going to be talking about towards the end of the presentation is establish matrices so we can judge, are we being successful in our efforts, are they working? In 2018, the Georgia Gang Investigators Association did their own study about the number of people that were arrested under 1615-4, which is our state code section, the State Street Gang Prevention Terrorism Act. In the state of Georgia, with 71,000 members, In that year, there were 857 people arrested, with 71,000. In the metro Atlanta area, with 50,000 gang members, there were 255 arrested under the gang warrant. So let's just do the math. 857 out of 71,000, that would be a 1.2% arrest rate. In metro Atlanta, 255 with 50,000 known gang members, you've only arrested 255 on street gang warrants. That's 0.5%. That's a failing grade in any, any jurisdiction. So let's talk about standards and measurements of assessment and success. There's considerations here, and these are proven considerations. I personally have participated in a jurisdiction where this was implemented, and I'll be able to show you some of the dramatic results that we saw in Cobb County. 3 considerations that we started pushing in Cobb County that we're pushing at the Bureau too. There's a number of individuals that have been arrested for gang offenses. The second one is going to be the number of individuals charged in anti-gang indictments. And the third is the number of individuals that are sentenced on anti-gang charges. Because with this, it'll focus our investigations on the driving image, because by the time that the Bureau gets involved in it, it's too late. And so the way that we tried to focus our investigations now is where the rubber meets the road, and the rubber meets the road in the courtroom. I'm so thankful to see members of the Prosecuting Attorney's Council. I see Mr. Greg Giululi here from the Southern District of the United States and the strong efforts that they're doing. And so the rubber meets the road on this issue in their courtrooms. And so if we can focus our drive, those 3 measures will standardize measures of success. And so we're not just throwing money at a problem, we can actually say, how many people have you done? I mean, because y'all gave us the strongest statute in the United States to address the gang problem. You did. What are we doing with it? And if we don't have common measures of success, then we're just going to be throwing money down a rat hole. So guiding investigations towards convictions, standardizing measures of success. It'll ensure common language between law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, and it'll also strengthen the credibility because we'll be able to say these are real results that we're having, very empirical. And so when we're thinking about these 3 considerations, these calculations are going to reveal, I think, quite frankly, how committed people are to addressing this crisis that we have, because they're going to be able to create accountability and encourage communication with systematic partnerships as we focus on that common goal of stop and dismantling gangs. Can I just pause real quick and say, I know that my focus on this presentation is towards stop and dismantling gangs and attacking the problem that we have. I recognize that by the time that the Bureau gets involved, it's too late in many instances. So I'm so thankful that you have DJJ here, Mr. Stokes here, and others here that are going to be addressing the real issue that we have, and that's in preventing people from joining gangs to begin with. Because if we can, I heard the last ethics presentation that I heard as a prosecutor was done by our Chief Justice, Justice Harold Melton, and he spoke to us about something that he had at his church called the Ministry of the Monopoly, where they would just on Thursday nights play Monopoly with the youths that were in his community, and that they're seeing very real results, one individual, one soul at a time, just by spending time. So I'm thankful for the fact that we have those in the education community that are offering education, those that are in DJJ and the efforts that they're doing to be able to prevent and address the real issue, which is the void in people's souls. You don't get born saying, hey, I want to commit criminal acts. You join gangs on very sociological reasons because you're looking for something. You're looking for acceptance, you're looking for partnerships, accountability, mentorships. There is a void. And so thank y'all for addressing those issues too. But on my side, when we get them, because we have them, and it's worse than anybody realized on the numbers. What we did when we were prosecutors over in Cobb County and what we're doing at the Bureau now by focusing these 3 key considerations on this issue is when what happened in Cobb County was in 2015, we had some gang violence. It got very real because it affected one of our law enforcement officers. And so we started diving into it. And so what we saw in 2015 was that we had 350 incidences of reported gang violence. And so in 2015, Director Reynolds stood up the gang unit in the Cobb DA's office. In 2016, prior to real results starting, that number had grown up to 494. During that year, utilizing the three measures that we talked about and being aggressively going after our gangs, we took out 3 gangs constituting the total of those 3 different indictments in 3 different situations. It constituted over 90 known gang members. And then the next year, we saw the incidence of reported gang violence decrease over 50%. So we went from 494 down to 231. In 2018, they're still on track to do that. What we'd like to see at the state of Georgia are similar results, where we get on board with 3 key aspects of how we're going to attack it. As a matter of fact, this is one of the social media posts that was posted and discovered on one of the social media tweets that one of our gang members had done. And he's ordering people to stop advertising on social media. The congressman talked about social media. And this is what he said: they're handing out RICO like speeding tickets. Take that stuff down. Because we were making such a real difference and we were applying so much real pressure by sending out those key measures of success and applying them. So what can the study committee recommend, and what do we at the Bureau recommend? Here's what we would like to do, and we're asking. If y'all would consider amending Title 35 to provide the GBI with original jurisdiction over street gang cases. At this time, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation is a response-only agency. And as y'all are aware, we have to wait until a district attorney, a sheriff, a police chief, superior court judge says, would you come help us? If we could have original jurisdiction like we do in so many other situations, we could attack the gang crisis with a vengeance and a vehemence that hasn't been provided. This, of all things, is the one that we're asking for the most. And if I could diverge for just a second. We all heard the story of David and Goliath, right? David and Goliath is such a wonderful story about faith, but I went to West Point, so I see it a little bit differently. I see it as kind of tactics, because I see David there with his sling just sitting there twirling his stone, and I see Goliath there with his spear, and what that says to me is, David's field artillery. Goliath is infantry, and let me tell you something, Colonel will tell you this too. Field artillery beats infantry every single day. And Goliath, if you remember the story, kept on taunting David, come on over here, fight me, fight me. But David wouldn't be tricked into fighting him on his own battlefield. In other words, what we need to do is define the battlefield. And right now, field artillery is being taunted to come over there and fight the infantry on their grounds. But if David had done that, David would have been slaughtered. So he stayed back and he won the battle by fighting it on his own terms. If y'all can give us original jurisdiction, then y'all are defining the battlefield so that we can go out and we can aggressively pursue, because I'm telling you that the director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigations has made it very clear to our agency that this is the #1 issue for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. Concurrent with giving us original jurisdiction on street gang act violation cases, we'd also ask that, like you do in so many other situations, give us proper subpoena power in those cases. Fund a gang database, which is currently underway. One of the things, if our representative is currently here, is at the federal level, we used to have a national gang database. That was defunded in 2011. It needs to be refunded. Because our gangs are trans-county, our gangs are trans-state, our gangs are transnational. And we are currently, with the influx of people moving into Georgia, seeing a large number of gang members still coming over from California, still coming up from outside of this country. So we need that national gang database for our federal partners, but we also need a state gang database. In addition to that, a state gang registry. And I say that for this reason. If we have a sex offender registry so that when I move into a subdivision, I can say how many sex offenders are living in my subdivision, it just makes sense that if we could have a gang registry, I could move into a subdivision and say, how bad is this subdivision infiltrated with gang members? So we're asking for that. In the statutes, we have provided task force for terrorism. It makes sense to us to also have a statutory task force for gangs. One of the other things, and this is almost as important as original jurisdiction on behalf of prosecutors, and speaking from 25 years experience and having handled several large gang prosecutions, we would ask that you expand venue for Street Gang Act violations and their connected predicates. It's very similar to our racketeering statute, which I'm happy to say is the most powerful racketeering statute in the United States. Well done. But for example, if I commit a Street Gang Act violation in Fulton County, then I cross over into Cobb County and I commit that street gang violation, you're going to have to utilize the resources of two different jurisdictions to hold the offender accountable for those two different things. When if we had expanded the venue, for example, just give you an idea, like in RICO, if I commit one predicate act in Chatham County and then I go down to Brunswick and I commit several predicate acts and then I go over to Hayhire and I commit four predicate acts, under the RICO statute I can be prosecuted in Chatham County, I can be prosecuted in Brunswick, I can be prosecuted over in Hayhire. Since street gangs do not recognize our county lines, if we can expand the venue provision of the Street Gang Act violation, then we can have a consolidated effort and try them, and it'd be much more efficient use. And it also would allow the jury to have a more comprehensive picture of the gang and the gang's activity. We mentioned about the gang offender registry. We'd also ask that in the statute there are some provisions that merge, and we would ask that those provisions not merge so that they could be kept separate and individuals could be held accountable under each level for each offense that they do. For example, under 1615-4B, if you're a gang member and you commit a crime to increase and maintain your status in the gang, then that is a singular offense. However, there's nothing that prevents the legislative body from saying you're going to be held accountable to commit a crime for increasing, you're also going to be held accountable for committing a crime to maintain your status, and the two don't merge. And I say that for this reason. There are best practices when it comes to gang prosecutions. And utilizing the Gang Act as a bargaining chip would not be a best practice. The best practice is to hold individuals accountable for every single action that they do. And so if they're doing it for a multiplicity or a multiple number of actions under a gang statute, then they should be held accountable for it. They should be charged for it. They should be indicted for it. And they should be sentenced for it. These are best practices. And so if we could fix that statute and divide those two things, then we could follow along with the best practices that I've talked about. Another thing we'd ask the legislative body to do is to consider adding obstruction as a specific predicate to the predicates of the Street Gang Act violation. Currently, misdemeanor obstruction, felony obstruction are not predicates. Misdemeanor obstruction is not a predicate under our Street Gang Act. So that if our officers have to wind up running down the street in order to chase down a perpetrator and they were involved in gang activity, that's not one of those predicates that falls under the Street Gang Act. We'd ask you to consider that. That's Title 16. Let's go to Title 17, because Title 17 are the criminal procedure rules. Ask you to consider having Street Gang Act violations as possibly a death qualifier. But definitely, if you would consider amending Senate Bill 440 and the 440 cases are those cases that qualify a juvenile to be handed up to adult court. Let me give you the worst case scenario, one that I've actually seen. If a gangbanger is going down doing a drive-by and an innocent 2-year-old girl gets shot and that girl does not die, then the case goes to juvenile court. And so if the girl does die, then of course it would become a homicide and it could be booted up to adult court. If we would consider putting Street Gang Act violations as 440 offenses, that would enable us to treat them more appropriately in adult court. ask you to consider speedy trial demands. Treating speedy trial demands very similar to our capital felonies like armed robbery, in which you get an additional term to try the cases, because when we're talking about 50,000 gang members in the metro Atlanta area, those counties have 2-month terms of grand jury. And if somebody is a gang member that commits a series of street gang crimes, files a speedy trial demand, they have 2 terms to trial, or the case is dismissed forever. If it was a capital felony, they'd get an additional term of court. And when you're dealing with street gangs, putting those kinds of comprehensive, detailed indictments together is extremely laborious. We'd ask you to consider that. And also allowing future dangerousness arguments in street gang cases, or add, very similar to our child cases, 24-4, 418 to allow that. Those are the things that we see from the Bureau, and we're asking that this legislative body consider. By the time we get involved as a response-only agency, these are the things that we think we have the best statute on the books. And I want to thank you so much for that. If we could make these tweaks and encourage and push best practices across the state, then what we could do now is really see, and I feel in my heart that we could see the same results in the state of Georgia that we saw in Cobb County when we did Cobb County as almost a petri dish for what we're talking about today. That being said, I know I'm ahead of time, but I'd like to open up the floor to any questions.
Mr. Chief of Staff, you mentioned the proliferation of the number of gangs in the Atlanta region. And I know we have Dominic Stokes here today. I'm very thankful. Outside of anything, I keep hearing from the GBI and others, we cannot do this by ourselves. And I know you gave us a chronological picture of everything that we're dealing with. On the preventive level, what can we do? What do you see in reference to before we get to that stand of incarceration or litigation with our young people? Because we're facing right now, a lot of the young people are from the cribs from elementary school. And I want to talk about the transition of what we see in middle school. What can we do on the preventive level? We're seeing, I know we have DJJ here. I'm hearing a story that our young people that are doing misdemeanor crimes are coming into the juvenile detention center. They ran away from home. The first week they get their lesson of having their trays taken by potential gang members. And the next week they're being beat up. And by the third week they're in the gang. So what do you see if you move your hat of GBI out of the way for a minute? What do you see from the holistic standpoint that can help us on the preventive level?
Representative, thank you for the question. I was present in court one time when we had a gang member under oath testify that we have gangs in every high school, in every middle school in Cobb County, and a majority of the elementary school. And that kind of shook me to my core. My first experience in juvenile court was back in 1995, and I was standing in court, and I was raised with very wonderful parents. And I remember I can't even remember what the offense was. Here's what I remember. The judge turned to the parents and said, "So, Mom and Dad, what do you want to see happen with your child?" And the parents said, "We don't know. We don't want him back anymore." That was a real eye-opener for me, because I didn't think that were parents that could ever say words like that. But in that year, shepherding over 3,000 cases through Gwinnett Juvenile Courts, I heard that refrain way too many times. We need to be honest. There is a limit to what a legislative body can do, because this is a spiritual issue. However, we need to do all that we can. And I was very thankful to be at the Capitol one time when the governor introduced the First Lady in collaboration with the Department of Juvenile Justice to say that they're trying to put together programs to address the need as early as possible in our elementary schools, to make sure that we give alternatives to children, that they don't have to turn to gangs for the reason that they turn to gangs. And they're turning to gangs for respect, for protection, and quite frankly, to fill a void in their life that only God can fill. So we need community partnerships. We need our churches, we need our synagogues, we need our temples, we need everybody on board. So to the degree that the legislature can partner with our community, the degree that the legislature can provide education and training and mandate it, and to give alternatives as early as humanly possible, that from my perspective, having been involved in this for over 25 years, that has to be one of our primary goals. Have I answered your question, sir?
I think you have. We're going to open up to any of the other committee members if you have any questions at this time.
Mr. Bowman, thank you for your presentation. I have 2 questions, actually, well, maybe 3. First of all, I want to thank you for being a pastor for 22 years and bringing people to Christ. So I want to talk to you first about, you said death qualifier, in terms of having death qualifier in a database to authenticate and validate gang members. Am I right?
And I'm so sorry, I'm hard of hearing. And
I'm sorry.
What was that last portion?
The database
Yes, ma'am.
that would authenticate and validate gang members?
No, ma'am, I'm not saying that being on the database would make it a death qualifier, but like in any case, it's a death penalty case, and you know, our prayer is, I mean, that's only for the most heinous crimes. We have under the Unified Appeal Procedures in death cases, they have certain checklists that the death penalty was reserved for the most heinous of crimes. In addition to that list, if that crime was committed on behalf of a gang and qualifies under the other Unified Appeal Procedures, we'd ask that maybe consider that. If we're going to have a death penalty in the state of Georgia, then perhaps having it, because here's the thing, 48%, and this is on the low side, 48% of victims of gang violence are innocent victims. It's not just gang member on gang member. It's innocent victim. It's the 2-year-old girl that gets shot because of a random drive-by shooting, and that's about as cold and malignant as I've ever known. So it should be an option for prosecutors, not mandated, but an option for prosecutors to utilize. Did I answer your question?
Yes, somewhat.
Okay.
So my next question is, very briefly, I would like to also, just so we can understand clearly what you're saying when you say gang member, like what is that definition and how much does it cost to suppress or build a database than it would be to intervene and prevent young people from going into gangs?
So there's models across the United States on building a gang database, and the definition of a gang member is someone who's a validated member or someone, but the statute also encompasses people who are associates. Because the way the gang statute works is I can join a gang, I can get beaten, I can commit a crime, and if I go in, then I can be a full-fledged member. But there are some people that associate with gangs. Many people will call them a gang wannabe. I despise that term because if you're committing gang crimes, you're not a wannabe gang member. If you're hanging out with gang members that are committing crimes, you're not a wannabe, you're a gang member. But the way the statute says is those that are members or those that are associated with it, so they haven't done the full-blown beat-in, but they're still going around with the gang, they're still flashing the colors, they're still committing the crimes. And so the database would be for those people that are members or associates. Now, what the national protection, the protections that we have in other states like California and other places when they build the database is you have to have a purge after 5 years that if you are criminal history free, you haven't been associated with a gang, you haven't done anything, after 5 years your name drops off. So it's not a lifetime stigmatism like that.
Okay, so what would be the cost? Would it be cheaper to intervene and prevent or to suppress? Which one
Prevention
do you think?
is always cheaper than suppression.
Okay.
Always, always, always cheaper than suppression. Yes, ma'am. But we also have to think about the purpology too. And this is from studies of recidivism rates. For example, there was something called the Boston Reentry Initiative that was done in the early 2000s. And what would happen is that people would go into prison and then they'd come out and they found out that like 78% of them just returned back to prison within a few years, and that's what's called recidivism, right? So up in Boston, they had a collaborative effort between prosecutors, between probation, between community leaders, between church leaders, and business organizations, and they collaborated together. And so that when somebody leaves, and what happens typically is you get out of prison and then you have to go to your parole officer or you go to your probation officer and you report to them sometimes once a month, sometimes by phone. And so there's no real accountability. What they did in Boston is they did this reentry initiative so that this person that gets out, he's reporting to one of these people, and these people would work not only to make sure that you're not committing crimes, but you're also on the road to success. And they reduced recidivism up in Boston. I think the number was like 35%. So if people are coming to us by this time and then they get out, if we could address the recidivism rate. But that's on the back end. On the front end, prevention is always, always, always cheaper. I know that Mr. Stokes has some amazing statistics about the work that he does with the Community Teen Coalition and the amount of money that he's saving by simply preventing and keeping kids from going back into the gang lifestyle. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
First of all, thank you so much for the presentation and for the focus on this issue. In Cobb County with the juvenile courts and Judge Granis, I'm starting to work with them on a potential pilot program, which would be a type of gang accountability court modeling some of the drug accountability courts.
Yes, sir.
And so my question is that on your radar yet? What do you think about the potential of that? Basically, we would target kids that are kind of in that 12 to 16 range, and they've gotten convicted of a gang-related offense, but this would be like a diversion program. We can start catching them before they make the big move.
Yes, sir. And I'm, Judge Granis was a prosecutor for 20-some-odd years and was integrally involved in juvenile courts as a juvenile court prosecutor in Fulton County before we stole him in Cobb, and then he got to be on the bench. He's starting that program, and it's very exciting watching the success of Judge Granis in that. We have very high expectations of that. As far as the Bureau is concerned, all we can do is watch because that's not something that we're involved in, but Director Reynolds and I and some of us who are in prosecution are praying for the success of that program, that it'll catch fire across the state, and we're praying for the success of it. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
It's a great idea, great concept.
Okay.
Intervene early.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
I have a big question for you, John.
Yes, sir.
The big question that everybody probably surfaces all these years. We talk about the number of youth that are involved with gangs and violence, but they don't own the boats and ships that bring the guns and drugs into our community. So where are we focused for real? And I'm from Hazard County, so I have to say cornbread, to really look at cutting the supply of bringing them in, because our young people are getting guns from somewhere. The proliferation of illegal guns are tremendous. What's the effort so that we won't be able to get those guns into the hands of those young people?
I'm not speechless too often, but I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how we can prevent. And if I understand your question right, the question is, how do we prevent firearms from getting into the hands of our youth?
Well, I think so many times we're looking at those that are now, they're surrogates.
Yes, sir.
For so long, we don't own the boats and ships to bring the drugs into the community.
Yes, sir.
So where are we looking at to capture those people, first of all?
Yes, sir.
White collar.
The suppliers.
And then the suppliers. And then the other part is the proliferation of illegal guns. I hear young people now talking about purchasing guns. These are young people. These are 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds. So what are we doing? I know we're going after the gangs, but what are we doing to go after those suppliers so that they won't even get in the hands of our young people?
Now I have a better understanding of your question now. And what I saw as a prosecutor, sir, and what I'm seeing as part of the Bureau is, as far as going to a firearms dealer and supplying or being able to purchase gun, I hadn't personally seen that, but what I have seen is time and time again, validated known gang members on behalf of the Bloods, on behalf of the Crips, busting in, breaking in, and burgling gun stores, pawn shops, and then doing the entering autos. We had a situation in Cobb County last year where in one night we had 81 entering autos. Of those 81 entering autos, I believe there were firearms that were found in some of the cars. In addition, stopping the burglary. So, sir, if we can attack this gang crisis with best practices, I can't promise it, but I just have a feeling that we're going to be able to address the proliferation of gun violence. Because remember, the studies show that somewhere between high 40s all the way up to 90% of all violent crime is directly related to gangs and gang activity. So if we can cut down these crimes and get I remember in Gwinnett County about 20 years ago, we had Gang Appreciation Night, and it was just that's what we call Gang Appreciation Night, where there was a concerted effort to be able to apply pressure toward known gang members on Jimmy Carter Boulevard. During that time period, in a 3-night span, we just followed them. We got them under arrest, and we saw where we were having an armed robbery every single night on Jimmy Carter. After we had Gang Appreciation Night, those crime stats dropped for 6 months. So violent crimes that were related to guns dropped because we addressed the gang problem that we had in Gwinnett County back in the 90s. Representative, have I answered your question? To the best that I can.
I think there is a conjunction in that to be continued.
Yes, sir.
But thank you so much for every parable of information you've given us. I was leaning to the left of my leaders here from the General Assembly. I know that we want to follow up on the suggestions that you've sent us, and sitting next to Chairman Hitchens, who is, I was just asking, is that your committee? We want to make sure we do due diligence in following up. I don't know if you had anything to say, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I will say a couple things. First off, after our first meeting, I talked to Director Reynolds at length, and I'm not naive enough to think that he hadn't thought about it previously, but I recommended that he seek legislation with regard to the GBI and originating jurisdiction. I don't think many people, even in the state of Georgia, understand how that works, but I've dealt with it for many, many years, and there have been several other cases before, particularly with drugs and some other things that they have received originating jurisdiction. And I don't think the GBI can be effective in dealing with it without that. It's essential to what you do. And the other part of it is that it's transportable or transient or whatever you want to call it. But the gangs in Savannah or Augusta or Atlanta don't just work in that one jurisdiction. They cross jurisdictional lines all the time. And with statewide authority, I think the GBI is the only one that has the ability to deal with that.
Yes, sir.
And I would hope that it would come through my committee. It would either come through Public Safety and Homeland Security or Judiciary. I'm not certain, and I told him I would work vigorously towards trying to get some legislation and working with him on whatever he needed to try and effectively deal with the problem. But I hadn't discussed some of the other initiatives that you put forward there with legislation, but I'm on board, and I think the majority of the members, I think the 21 members on the committee, I think we're all pretty much, everybody is interested in public safety. And I worked up there in Atlanta for 10 years in my last 2 jobs, and near our headquarters and near your headquarters, there are gang signs all over the place. I don't understand them, but and when I was Homeland Security Director, I tried to get a gang expert from the Department of Corrections to be on GSAC, because I thought that we could certainly derive some pretty good information as regard to gangs, because when they go to prison, they don't stop being in gangs, they continue it there. And I think some of the prison people have pretty good intelligence, and they continue to interact with people on the outside who are affiliated with the gangs. And we've had a couple instances here that I was involved with the Ricky Jivens gang and the Outlaws when they came here, which is a horribly violent motorcycle gang. And we probably did some things, the city police, the county police, the sheriff's department, and the state patrol all worked together to try and make them think that maybe this wasn't a good place to locate, and they finally left. But it's a significant problem. The gun issue, we have about 325 million people in this country. The estimates are that there are 380 million guns in our country. and many of them are unaccounted for. They don't go, people in gangs or people that are going to commit criminal activity don't go to the gun store to buy them. And we passed a law the year before last that now makes it, if a family member or close friend, it used to be a misdemeanor, provides a gun to somebody that's a convicted felony. It used to be a misdemeanor. We made it a felony now. But if your mother, your father, your sister, your girlfriend provides you with that gun, they've committed a felony. So we've tried to deal with it. All the gun laws come to my committee. It's a difficult, I always say, I've always believed in a bell-shaped curve until it comes to guns. They're either on one side or they're on the other. There's no middle ground, and we have some pretty emotional discussions about guns in our committee hearings. But I think you're well on the path to trying to do something, and I think it's been needed for a long time, and it just proliferates daily. I mean, they get bigger and bigger. I know the chief here knows. We've had a couple instances. My grandson graduated medical school here a couple of years ago, and we were down at Collins Corner, which is a pretty nice facility. We took him out to lunch, and I saw WTOC out on the corner right adjacent to it, and I knew the reporter, so I walked over and said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Yesterday at 1 o'clock, we had a drive-by shooting here on the corner." And then more recently, they had one down here at City Market. A police car is sitting on one side of the road, and some people on the other side, the gang members come by and shoot and kill the guy on the other side while the city police were sitting there watching. And I just can't imagine that we've come to that point in time, and I don't have any documented evidence, but I know it's gang activity. And but I'm with you in whatever you want to do, and I certainly would like to be a facilitator.
Thank you, Colonel and Representative. If I could, there's a couple of things that just tweaked in my brain, if I could address it as well. And I believe I might have had one of them listed up there, but I don't know that I've said that. In addition to the original jurisdiction and the venue provisions, there's two agencies, prosecutor agencies. Just like gangs don't respect county boundaries, and so we need to be able to investigate the entirety of the crime across multiple jurisdictions, we need prosecutors who can prosecute across multiple jurisdictions. You have two agencies set up to do that. That is the Prosecuting Attorney's Council. That is also the Attorney General's Office. And we would ask that maybe y'all consider granting them the ability and the personnel to be able to handle these cases so that the DAs, and this is a problem that my friends who are district attorneys in our smaller circuits that don't have nearly the budgets that our metro jurisdictions have, they're just overwhelmed because they handle, like in the Cordell Circuit, every felony, every misdemeanor. And so it takes as much effort getting ready for a traffic case as it does getting ready for a murder case. And when you have a multi-jurisdiction gang coming into that county, they could use the assistance of the Prosecuting Attorney's Council to have an outside resource prosecutor come in and handle that case. So we would ask that y'all consider expanding the ability of the Prosecuting Attorney's Council and the Attorney General's Office in that regard. And I really appreciate your time.
Of course, I'm like the chairman. I wish we could do something to resolve this at the onset rather than having to deal with it after the fact.
Yes, sir. Amen. Yes, sir. And I appreciate the Studies Committee emphasis on preventative measures. I just felt like we needed to know exactly the extent of the problem that we have in order to be able to address it. It's ubiquitous, it's pervasive, it's systemic.
I think we have one more question from Ms. Trice.
Absolutely.
GBI to have total jurisdiction over local municipalities when it comes to gang members or youth violence?
Not over municipalities. What we're asking is original jurisdictions for the investigation of street gang act crimes. For example, the GBI is given original, like I said, we're a response-only agency. We have to be asked, but there are certain exceptions within the statute. We have original jurisdiction over drug offenses. We have original jurisdiction over major cargo theft. We're asking for just original jurisdiction over the investigation of street gang crimes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how would you validate or authenticate that? How would you validate or authenticate a gang member? How would you say a person is a part of a gang or is going against a gang violation? How would you do that?
And so it wouldn't be up to us. It's defined in the statute of when a person is a gang member, and that's a person who, and it's a little bit different than normal crimes. For example, if Yosemite Sam kills Bug Bunny, then the way the statute, it's unlawful to take the life of another human being. So it's almost a binary crime. With gang crimes, you add an additional element, and if you don't meet these elements, it's not a gang crime and you're not a gang member. And so this is the situation. For example, let's just say that I'm wearing blue today, so let's say I'm a Crips member, right? So if I'm a Crips member and I go to my local Magic Market and I steal, bubble gum, all right? That's not a gang crime if I'm stealing bubble gum for myself. But if I am a Crips member and I go to the Magic Market and I steal my bubble gum on behalf of the gang, then I've got that third element. So to be a gang crime, I have to be a gang person affiliated with a gang, pursuing crime on behalf of the gang. And if I don't meet those three elements, it's not a gang crime. And so if I don't meet those three elements, then the GBI would not be able to get involved. Does that make sense? So it has to be in furtherance of the gang.
Right, so my question was, how do you validate that bubblegum was for a lot of people versus for the individual?
So that would be part of the investigation.
Okay.
I think also your question was this first element that I'm a gang member. How would I know I'm a gang member? And the gang statute says that, wearing common identifiers, common colors, common I'm associating with gang members. I'm participating in the gang. So you would establish this element that this person is actually, which is kind of one of the reasons why it'd be nice to have a state database on this. Because if someone has a prior conviction for being a Blood or a Crip, that's some of the highest and best evidence that they have that. But how about the newbie that just comes out of high school and, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, swims like a duck, maybe it's a duck. Well, maybe it's not. That'd be part of the investigation. If the investigation reveals that the person's not a gang member, then the GBI would not have original jurisdiction in that case. But if we can show that he is by statute, because it's not going to be up to us, it's by statute, and that it's in furtherance of gangs, then we would have gang activity, and the GBI would be able to pursue it because of the original jurisdiction that we're hoping we could be granted.
That's 11 and 12-year-olds as well, and 10-year-olds, what you're saying, all of that.
Yes, ma'am, but when we're looking at the purpology of it, although we do have 11-year-olds and 10-year-olds, that is kind of that's the outlier. The vast majority of gang members are in their upper teens and early 20s. I mean, they go even as long as up into their 60s, but the vast majority is in that spot of young adult to adult. And the juveniles, that's not the overwhelming majority. That's kind of the outlier. And that's where I'm hoping that y'all can start with preventative measures.
Let me thank you, and let me say
Yes,
this
sir.
to everyone. This is a parallel of the picture that we're painting. And I'm going to say this. I'm tired of going to funerals.
Amen.
I'm tired of, people, everybody, let me say this before we bring the next presenter. What you do is very important to the piece of the puzzle. We can't deny that part is needed. We cannot deny it. I think even what Ms. Trotter and Kid are trying to find out is the levels of how we can classify some of the young people that might not even be gang members, et cetera. How can we classify or give them an opportunity not to be stereotyped? That's another thing. But what you do is so important to this piece of this puzzle. I'll give you a scenario. He was talking about House Bill 657, the straw bill purchase that we unanimously supported. I think Jesse Petrie chaired that bill. And that week, 2 weeks prior to that, in Savannah, Georgia, there was a shooting of a young teenager. And then at the funeral, some folk came into the funeral, shot up the funeral, and took another young person out. So I just say this to everybody that's even sitting there. We don't even have time to clarify or form opinions. There's so much to the pieces of this puzzle that it's going to take a village. It's going to take everybody. Now, I can say, if you raise your hand, are you tired of being tired? I'm tired of going to funerals. I'm tired of seeing the white shirts with everybody with the pictures of their family members. I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. I have young people that are in my family, and I'm concerned, as I do work with men and women in the jails and prisons every day, Monday through Friday, that I see symbols of young people that are going down the wrong road. So I say that thank you.
Yes, sir.
We have to do something. You're a piece of that puzzle. We thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And Representative Juilliard, if I could ask, have y'all talked to the Department of Corrections? Because within the Department of Corrections, they have 18,000 inmates that are known validated gang members. And so as part of addressing the recidivism rate, that's a situation that needs to be addressed as well. And I so much appreciate the opportunity to come and address y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. God bless you.
We have with us, and I was really blessed that Judge Colbert was talking to me in the lobby and really saying that this is something that you might be able to use, this document. And she says, I believe this is a blueprint that will help you. And she's given me this, and I'm hearing it, and I listen to my leadership. And all of a sudden, right beside me is a person that wrote this document that's going to be here today, Michelle Young from North Carolina, who's spent years, and we're going to ask if you can come to this podium, spent years and years and years really putting programs in place, dealing with prevention and all of the above, and she's here today. And I want to thank you for taking a drive from North Carolina by ways of Savannah, Georgia. Thank you for being here, Miss Michelle Young.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. So I'm going to tell you just a little bit about me so you know why I'm talking about this issue. I started working with individuals involved in gangs in 1991. In 1994, I began working for the Salt Lake Area Gang Project, which was a metro gang unit, multi-jurisdictional law enforcement unit. I was the intervention person, 1 intervention person, 15 police officers, which is frequently how we do this. I worked in that capacity for 5 years, working directly with young people who are involved in gangs and also doing community mobilization in that community. And then in 1999, I went to work for the National Gang Center, which is based in Tallahassee, Florida. I was with the National Gang Center from 99 until 2013. And in that capacity, I worked with cities around the United States to help them implement comprehensive responses to gangs and to assess their local gang problems. Some of the cities I worked with, Pittsburgh, Houston, Miami, Denver, Los Angeles, Seattle, Tacoma, really cities all over the U.S., all sizes, all different kinds of populations and demographics to help them implement comprehensive strategies to address gangs. In 2013, I really wanted to go back and work with young people in gangs again, so I moved to Durham, North Carolina, where I ran a gang intervention program and then implemented the Cure Violence model in Durham. And then in last year, I had the chance to contract with the government of Belize to do a gang assessment in Belize, and that was really appealing, so that's what I did. So it's kind of hard to give y'all a title because I've done a lot of work, but I have worked in the field of gangs for a really long time. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is working for the National Gang Center and also working as a program manager who's providing direct services to gang-involved individuals. We've been doing this in the United States for a long time. We've been doing this in cities around the U.S. for a long time, trying to figure out what works, what are the best practices, how can we do this better, what doesn't work, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that also. But what I'm going to do is just kind of go over some things that we have learned in the last 70 years of trying to address gang issues in the U.S. Okay. Which one? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, it's not. Sorry. Okay. So these are some these are some lessons, and I'm going to go over them one at a time, but this is just kind of a broad overview. I also have shared this presentation with Representative Gilliard so he can share it with y'all. And I've provided you with like a bibliography of research and also some resources that you can use as you study this issue in the state of Georgia. And I'm going to try to also give you some places that you can look to that have done this well. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yay, okay. So the first lesson is, and this is something that the federal government, I don't know if y'all know this, but the federal government has a tendency to give out money without always having a clear expectation of what people should do with the money. That's a bad strategy. I'm just going to say that up front. So, and I'm saying this as someone who not only ran a local gang program, but also as someone who provided technical assistance on the OJJDP comprehensive gang model for 14 years with local communities. So the first lesson is, and this has been something that has shown up over multiple different replications of that particular model going back to 2002, communities should conduct an assessment of their local gang issues before they implement. And when we talk about an assessment, actually the Department of Justice has compiled a very good guide, a guide to assessing your community's youth gang problem that communities at the local level can use. It goes step by step and talks about the types of data that they should collect and how it should be reported and analyzed to give communities the information that they need to implement a slate of prevention, intervention, suppression, and reentry activities. But what you want to learn through an assessment is the level, extent of type of local gang involvement in crime. In a lot of communities, when you talk to law enforcement, and this also gets back to the issue of databases, many local jurisdictions around the U.S. are not tracking all categories of crime as to whether they are gang-related or not gang-related. In many jurisdictions, it's not being done at all. And I cannot speak to every jurisdiction in Georgia, but my experience going back close to 20 years is that the majority of agencies are not looking at crime in this way. And so that puts you at a disadvantage when it comes to trying to identify what gangs are doing in the community, how they're affecting the local community, what their level of involvement in certain kinds of crimes is. And I'm going to just give you one example. The City of Houston, starting back in 2002, began to implement the Gang-Free Schools Initiative with federal dollars. Their first step was to do an assessment. When we met with police officials, their message was all of the drug crimes, it's all gang-related. But when they actually went through and looked at the data, it turns out that really the crime that was most commonly being committed in the particular section of the community that they were going to focus on was robberies. And a good reason for that, it's very simple, it was a heavily Latino area. Many people are not necessarily trusting of banks in that particular community. They may get paid in cash, and the gang members were taking full advantage of that vulnerability in their community. So it's important to not just go at this, hardcore, but to think about what are gang members doing in this particular community. And I can tell you that in Cobb County, it's going to be different in different neighborhoods. It's going to be different in different neighborhoods of Savannah because gangs may focus on one thing or another in a particular area. You also want to look at what are the risk factors that are driving young people to get involved in gangs in the first place. And then you also want to look at what kind of gaps are existing in our services right now. There are probably services that are being funded in most communities to serve youth. What is happening that gang members are falling through the cracks? Where are those gaps, and how do we plug that gap with services? And then target your prevention, intervention, suppression, reentry activities to the right places, the areas that are the most affected by gang crime. Often for political leaders, there's pressure to spread things over an entire county or an entire city, because how dare this neighborhood get something that that neighborhood's not getting, that has the effect of diminishing your overall effectiveness because it waters down the services that are being provided. You need an intensive effort targeting the individuals who are the most at risk in the areas where there's the most gang-involved violence and crime. So I've given you a link to this document and also a source, just about the importance of assessment. Megan Cahill and David Hayslip are researchers from Urban Institute who did an evaluation of the gang reduction program, which included the implementation in Los Angeles. And one thing they found is that that federal initiative did not require an assessment in advance of dispersing funding. People just wrote up their strategies, and then they were to hit the ground running. What they found when they actually did hit the ground running is that they did not have the data that they needed to target in on the areas that most needed these services. And they didn't necessarily have the right combination of services for gang-involved individuals. And so they found that they actually lost time because they had to go back and collect data that should have been done in advance. So before you give people money, make them collect some data and show you where the problem is. This is going to be an issue the whole day, isn't it? I'm not smart enough for this. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's not a... Oh, the green button. Okay, thank you.
When you push the green button, it's making that not work.
Oh, okay. Don't mess with it. Okay. So, lesson 2. I kind of talked about this briefly, but the strategy should be focused on the most significant risk factors for gang involvement. And the reason that you don't want to disperse your efforts across the entire community is because not every young person in the community is equally at risk to join a gang. The other factor to look at is that it's not so much that there's any one particular risk factor that causes kids to join a gang, but it's that youth experience an accumulation of risk in multiple areas of their lives that makes them vulnerable to gang involvement. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the risk factors that have the strongest evidentiary support based on research. The other thing I would tell you, having worked with programs around the U.S. and also having run one and worked in a local community, you cannot assume that local communities and local programs are going to voluntarily engage the most at-risk population. They're hard to work with, okay? Gang-involved individuals are difficult to engage. They can be difficult to serve. Your numbers may look terrible for a while you try to build a relationship with them to get them to change their behavior. And so when you look at like prevention programs and intervention programs, you really have to incentivize communities to serve the highest risk population. And 2 areas that have done, I think, a really good job of doing this are Los Angeles and Boston. And really kind of the entire state of Massachusetts has done a really good job of gang programming across the state. But in each of those areas, they do a risk assessment. And the programs, the kids have to score a particular risk score in order to receive services, and they have to report that to the city. So the money flows directly from the city to the programs, but there's consistent standards citywide for how services should be delivered, but they utilize the local neighborhood or the local area provider. So it's a grassroots-driven approach with leadership and structure from the city of Los Angeles. Same in Boston. They have identified the risk factors that are significant for them. So if there's an employment program, and I want to mention, recidivism rate has dropped in Boston. It's not just because of probation, but they also have a very solid employment program that helps guys who are coming back from incarceration get training and jobs. And so it's kind of that comprehensive approach where you're stacking things so that people can't fall through the gaps. And those services are incentivized to be delivered to the most high-risk population by the city of Boston. If you don't meet the risk threshold, you can't serve them, because all too often, I'm saying this as a local program manager, it's easy to cherry pick kids, right? It's easy to say every kid in this community, in Durham, we have a lot of similarities with Savannah and other parts of Georgia. I had a lot of young people living in projects, and every young person who was in that project was experiencing a lot of community level risk factors. But they maybe weren't experiencing family risk factors. Maybe they weren't experiencing school risk factors. And so the issue is you do have to really kind of drill down and get to the individuals who are the most at risk. And then, especially for gang intervention, your programming needs to be targeted and intensive, not broad per se. A lot of times people want to do community education, or they want to have a former gang member come in and talk to the whole high school, and those kinds of approaches are not research-based or necessarily effective. Oop, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. These are the risk factors. So Malcolm Klein and Cheryl Maxson actually did there have been more than 20 risk factor studies around the U.S. They did a meta-analysis to determine the risk factors that were the most correlated to gangs. And the ones in purple, problem behaviors, so that's like impulsiveness, aggressiveness, negative life events, so kids who have some kind of major disruption in their life course, such as divorce, an absentee parent, a parent going to prison, a parent who has a drug addiction issue. School suspension is very disruptive for kids. School expulsion is very disruptive. Going to detention is very disruptive for kids. Their attitudes toward delinquent behavior. So, antisocial beliefs, it's okay to steal, it's okay to lie to parents, it's okay to do these things. The other very, very significant risk factors that they found were delinquent peer networks. So kids who associate with delinquent peers are much more likely to become involved in a gang, which kind of makes sense. So negative peer influences and delinquent peer network. They also found that low parental supervision and monitoring was a risk factor, but it was lesser in terms of effect than those 5 that I just cited. And then the school risk factors, there was not strong support, but they were somewhat supported, if that makes sense. But the ones you really want to highlight are those 5 in the purple. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then the last thing I want to say just about targeting is I have a little graphic here, and I'm just going to say this is my heart as working with someone who has worked with gang members for over 20 years. What kind of services do you need to work with a young person who is involved in a gang, lives in a dangerous neighborhood, is failing in school or has dropped out, the father is in prison, their home situation is unstable? Almost every kid I've ever worked with has had most of these risk factors in their lives. How much intervention do you have to do to offset what they're living 24/7? A lot. And so your intensity of programs needs to be scaled to the level of risk that young people are experiencing. You can't think that you're going to change a young person's life in 20 minutes a week. You can't think that you're going to change a young person who's dealing with these kinds of risk factors with 6 weeks of GREAT. GREAT's a great program. It's designed to make the greater youth population less susceptible to gangs. But once you talk about young people who really have that accumulation of risk, you really need intensity of services and dosage, because you're trying to counter all those things that they live with day in and day out. Okay, lesson 3, reducing community gang involvement requires a comprehensive approach. So this is basically kind of shows risk and protective factors based on age of onset and what the responses should be. And it kind of gives you, this was developed by Buddy Howell, who's a researcher who is attached to the National Gang Center and has done a lot of work in the area of risk factors. But, conduct problems is your early manifestation of those behavioral issues that really put young people at risk. And then that's where you start to see the impact of the family as well, as early really as birth, right? Because a lot of these young people may experience malnutrition during pregnancy or exposure to substances, and then they're born into a situation which can be quite traumatic and expose them to layers of trauma. Most of the young people that I have worked with over the years really probably have complex PTSD because of trauma exposure. So you start seeing elementary school failure, and then your late elementary school years, early middle school years, maybe some minor delinquency, and it progresses. But that's where, as a community, you need to be thinking about, what are we going to do to prevent all the way up? What are we going to do to intervene with those young people who do become involved in gangs? And then what are we going to do in terms of suppression? And one thing I want to say in this slide is that I never give up hope on anybody. I never give up hope. When I was the program manager and helped to implement the Cure Violence program in Durham, North Carolina, I want y'all to know that every member of my team had been incarcerated for 10 years or more. I had guys who had been leaders of 9 Trey, 8 Trey, Rolling 60s, Gangster Disciples, G-Shine on the same team. The current supervisor of that program just got promoted and is someone I still mentor, and he works for me as a subcontractor. He's the first person in Durham County to be a supervisor that has a criminal history. But these guys are now working in that city to save lives and to stop shootings. So there is no one that is beyond redemption. And people may have, they may have to have consequences. David, who's my good friend, he had his own task force at one point. Like, that's how much of a troublesome person he was in Durham. But now he is the supervisor of the program that is stopping shootings in that community. So we can't throw 50,000 people away. We got to figure out what we're going to do with them, because they are going to come back even if you incarcerate them. So here are just some, I'm going to talk to you about this a little bit, but I did provide Representative Gilliard with a brief that I prepared for the White House a few years ago that kind of overviewed these 3 models, and it kind of gives you some highlights of the different approaches and the research behind them and some of the outcomes from them. But the 3 main comprehensive and evidence-based approaches to gangs that are used in the U.S. are Cure Violence, the Group Violence Reduction Strategy, which is David Kennedy, Ceasefire, was started in Boston, and then the OJJDP Comprehensive Gang Model. What I would want you to know is that these provide communities with a program structure, but then you still need local agencies, you need the involvement of the juvenile court, you need the involvement of human services, you need the involvement, in some cases, of law enforcement. But these are just structures that help the community organize their response to gangs rather than just thinking it's a one-off, oh, we'll just do a mayor's jobs program and that'll solve the problem. If these young people were ready to go to work today, they would be at work, right? There's a lot of other issues that we need to work with people on before we can just throw services at them. But we need those services in place, but we also need them to be organized. We need to have a community focus on prevention. We need to have a community focus on intervention. We need to think about the role of suppression and what that looks like, and we need to think about reentry. What I'll say is each of these models is slightly different. That's why I kind of gave you this brief that you can look over at your own convenience. And if someone else would like it, just give me a business card. I'd be happy to send it to you. Not all of these models are appropriate for every community. The Group Violence Reduction Strategy really requires a lot of coordination between criminal justice and prosecution. The OJJDP Comprehensive Gang Model requires a lot of collaboration between all of the agencies in the community, and it really tries to push people out of silos and into working together as providing multidisciplinary team approach to case management. Cure Violence, I have worked with that quite closely. It is not for every community. It's definitely something that you need a high level of violence in that particular community. It's neighborhood-based. So even in Durham, it really only focuses on 2 neighborhoods. It's not a broad approach. It's a very narrow, surgical public health approach to violence. And the last thing is, any of those models, communities should get technical assistance and training. It's not something that you can just walk out the gate and do. Like, a lot of times if communities were going to implement a comprehensive response to gangs, they would have already done so, right? If that knowledge and information was already there, it would have happened. And so we have to start with people where they're at and sometimes teach them how to implement a particular structure. Lesson 4, it's really critical to engage the community. You know, gang members don't just hatch out of eggs. You know, they are raised. We create these young people. We create these young people in families, in communities, in schools, and it takes the community that they're embedded in also to work together to try to build some collective efficacy, to exercise some social control over youth behavior in that neighborhood. And so it's really important to bring the community along. You cannot just impose stuff on the community. People resent that. You have to let the community be part of whatever happens in regards to gang prevention, intervention, suppression, because these are people's children. You know, these are our children. So it's just really important. And, you know, as effective as I would want to be as a program manager, a mom who lives in that project that checks in with kids every day and sees them and makes sure they get on the bus is probably more effective than me. So, lesson 5, it's important that whatever you do have evaluation built into it. I have worked on city, county, state, federal initiatives for my entire career. And when you work on the taxpayer's dollar, that's a sacred trust. And so you as policymakers have every right to ask us as programmatic people to show outcomes, to build evaluation into our programs so that we can show you what we're doing on paper. And I would caution you that if programs talk a good talk, but they can't show you on paper what they're doing, don't fund them. You will have problems. And at least in North Carolina, that is built into our juvenile justice system. Each county has a pot of funds that are awarded by the legislature. There's a juvenile crime prevention council in every county, and they make decisions about what programs will be funded based on risk assessments that are conducted by DJJ. And so in our county, one risk factor that always pops up is gang involvement, and so Durham County has had a pretty consistent gang intervention response for a long time. But that is one way to kind of structurally organize it, and there's a lot of mandated reporting that we had to, as program people, capture and send back to DJJ so that they could evaluate our efforts. There's nothing wrong with that. Any reputable program is going to want to do that. And so, and maybe you have to do training with local communities. I know that the state of North Carolina did a lot of training with us to help people figure out how to report stuff and how to do intake assessments. But it's okay to require that and to build that into your program structure. It will make your program stronger in the long run, and it will make these programs more sustainable over time. And then lesson 6, some strategies make the problem worse. And we've learned that over the years. And so I'm going to talk about 2 strategies that made the problem worse. One is very aggressive suppression enforcement, suppression responses, like Los Angeles Crash. You guys probably remember Crash from back in the day and have read news articles about them. Sometimes if law enforcement is extremely aggressive in how they treat people in the neighborhoods, they can actually make the gang more cohesive because they give the gang an enemy that they can focus on, and it makes the gang stronger. And you definitely don't want that enemy to be the police, because then that makes the jobs of those men and women a lot more dangerous. And so it's important that whatever you do, be balanced, be measured. But you know, LA Crash is a good example of a program that actually made the problem worse in Los Angeles and actually led to a lot of distrust on the part of the community towards law enforcement. And I worked for a police agency. I have seen the work that law enforcement officers do. I've on-viewed shootings. It's a very stressful job, especially doing gang enforcement. But it's very important that what you do respect people's, civil liberties, treat people the way that you'd want to be treated, treat people in that community with dignity. Even if you have to arrest someone, you can't dehumanize these young people because it makes the problem worse. And then the other thing that kind of made things worse was back in the 60s and 70s, they implemented across the U.S. detached worker programs, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. That was workers would go out in the community and be attached to a particular gang and help the gang, access services. That approach actually made the gang more cohesive. And so when you look at some of the models, such as Cure Violence or the Comprehensive Gang Model, they actually took that into consideration in developing the model to make sure that they would not be doing things that would lead to the cohesion of the gang increasing. And then just broad and general delinquency approaches. The GREAT program, for instance, is a primary prevention program, educational in nature. So kids who have like a low dose of risk, that's probably enough, right, to do something along those lines. But as they become progressively more at risk, they become involved in the juvenile court, they start having contact with law enforcement, you need things that are much more intensive and surgical. I probably said intensive and surgical like 20 times, and I apologize for that, but it's just really important. So those are some things that do not work, so please don't fund them. Because as someone who's worked in this field for a really long time, I like to see people do things that work and are going to be successful. I think that builds the field. So just to recap, one last thing I wanted to point out, when you think about funding programming in local communities, OJJDP has a strategic planning tool online, and I have a link for this later in the slideshow. And that has a program matrix that is linked to specific risk factors. So if you do that assessment and you identify that school dropout is really critical to the life path of individuals who are going to join gangs, then there are programs that are school risk factor focused on that matrix that are evidence-based or promising. And so you can direct programs in Georgia to look at those evidence-based programs, and if they don't follow them exactly, at least implement something that looks somewhat like those programs. It could have local flavor, but we kind of do know what works, and a lot of those programs are on that matrix, and it's linked to specific risk factors. There's also the capacity for local communities to enter their own resources and identify which risk factors they're not covering, and so there's that as well. So just as a recap, it's kind of like, I don't know if y'all have seen that picture of a gun where it's like ready, fire, aim. That's how we a lot of times approach gangs. I started working with gang members in '91 during the era when John DiUlio was talking about super predators, and we were having a drive-by shooting every day in my county in Utah. Gangs are always significant to me, and I understand that it does feel like a crisis, but we can't approach this with a crisis mentality. We have to approach it with a long-term mentality of trying to keep young people from going into this lifestyle in the first place, and how we're going to structure our communities to keep our youth healthy and make them less vulnerable to gangs. So conducting an assessment helps people get off on the right track. A comprehensive response that's community focused around that particular community and the structural nature of hitting all the bases is really important. Connecting a prevention and intervention program with local risk factors and the risk factors that are shown to be significant for gangs, very important. And then, research effective programs. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. I know sometimes, I've worked for a number of mayors, and I've worked for a number of presidents, and I've worked for a number of county commissioners, and people want to put their names on stuff, and I understand that. But let's put our name on something that works. and that's going to have some long-term effectiveness for the community. So these are the resources that I mentioned in the presentation. I'll leave that up in case people want to take a picture. And you're welcome to disseminate this PowerPoint. I made it for y'all, so it's yours. And then that's just my information. Oh, yes, ma'am. In fact, I'll just leave it there. And I think I have time for questions.
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you for a blueprint. I believe that we can look at as a model of what we need to do. You know, you said some very key points. You talked about gaps in service. We have with us the Commissioner of DHS and DJJ and the Superintendent of Schools. What, in your history of dealing with the issue, what have you seen as some parables of gaps in service?
Well, so let me just first off say, I really have a selfish interest in coming to present to you because my daughter is a high school teacher at Maynard Jackson in Atlanta. And every week she calls me and says, Mom, I have gang members in my classroom, what do I do? So I'll just say that. But where the gaps are, I would say that they're really different in every community. I did an assessment of this in Belize City, and then I did an assessment last year also of Tacoma, Washington, that was delivered to them early this year. And what I would say is, in general, most communities do not have gang-focused programming in Georgia, from what I have been able to research. So that's a really important gap, because once kids become involved in gangs, you really need programs who understand how to work with that population and understand the forces that come to bear on those young people that are outside of just your relationship with that young person. I would say that, speaking to my experience in North Carolina, one gap that occurs in the school setting is we have a lot of kids who have PTSD or other undiagnosed mental illness, who may need an IEP or a behavioral plan. That's a gap. Sometimes those can be hard for families to get or to identify, and that can cause behavioral issues in the school. And you get a kid who has complex PTSD from childhood because they've seen shootings or murders in their neighborhood. Like, you probably need some more behavioral help besides just the classroom teacher to work with that young person. So I'd say that's typically a gap. We definitely, in North Carolina, I can't speak for Georgia, but we definitely have a gap when it comes to suspensions and expulsions for children of color, and especially young men. If you're a young man in North Carolina, you're about 11 times more likely to be suspended than a white young man in the school setting. And I've worked with young people of color for multiple years in North Carolina. I can't believe that their behavior is 11 times worse than the average other high school students. And so, I think that's an issue that folks have to address, because that's a very significant interruption in a young person's life course, so that is one of those key risk factors. I would say I would recommend, the best thing is to do a gap analysis in local communities before you implement programming, to make sure that you're not duplicating services that are already there, because a lot of times there's small, church-based, religious organization programs that may not be very high profile, but they're providing valuable services in that community. And then the goal is to strengthen those programs rather than to build over them with something new. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, Commissioner?
Want to tag on to the chairman's question. What kind of gaps, and I looked at the key factors that you identified, but what gaps would you identify with foster kids?
So My experience with foster kids, and I'm just going to say this as a practitioner, is that the biggest gap occurs when they turn 18 and no longer receive services. Because you're talking about a young person who has had a significant family disruption by the time they get into foster care. And they may have had multiple disruptions over their life course being in the foster care system, and then sometimes we just cut them loose at 18 without really any kind of support system. And so that really can make kids vulnerable to things like gangs, drug sales, other kinds of criminal activity, because they don't have that same network of support that other youth do.
Thank you.
Kit.
First of all, just thanks for your body of work. It's impressive. One of the biggest things that I really loved about what you talked about is the gentleman that was affiliated, and now he's been, raised up to be a supervisor. We have a gentleman on our team that grew up here in Savannah and was a Crip, made it all the way to the NFL, very promising career. He never severed that tie. Right. Ended up doing 4 years in a level 5 state prison. He's been out a decade, but now I'm bringing him into the jails and the schools, and his impact is unbelievable because of his credibility. Right. And they see him as somebody that gets them, like you feel me.
Right.
Do you have a strategy with your work to actively search for those type of individuals and bring them in? Because I think that's a huge opportunity.
So 2 things. One is that I would strongly recommend that individuals with those backgrounds are much more powerful in like one-on-one settings or one-on-one relationships. So thinking of that team of folks from Bull City United, which is Cure Violence, they tend to work with people one-on-one or small group. I would avoid having that person do like speeches at a high school, because it sends the inadvertent message that you too can do this stuff and go to the NFL and have a career afterwards. And we really want to encourage young people to avoid joining gangs in the first place if we can. But having them work in the capacity as an outreach worker or providing direct services, I would take a former gang member over almost anybody I could think about hiring. They are loyal. They understand about putting in work. I'm not even joking, like they work hard and are really passionate about the issue. And so the one thing I would say also is, having hired outreach workers, having worked with cities hiring outreach workers, that's one area where you want to partner with law enforcement. So before we hired our violence interrupters and our outreach workers, they were vetted by our police department. So if the department felt that they were still actively committing crimes, we were not allowed to even interview them. And I think that's important, because you do want people who have separated themselves. I don't know if y'all saw the story about a week ago about a guy who was in the Los Angeles system providing outreach and had been a member of MS-13 for all that time and is now tied to a homicide. It's really, that's where those partnerships come in, is, like I can't vet that the way that somebody from law enforcement can, who's been doing investigations. We had our gang officers look at the names and let us know if they were comfortable. That also built a better relationship with the police department, because they had a voice in what we did. And that's really critical when you're going to put staff out there. The other thing also, you ask about how we engage those individuals. So obviously, I'm just going to say this, I stand out sometimes when I go out into the neighborhoods. I just do, right? Because people are like, she's probably a probation officer, maybe a social worker, but I was not the person who spread the message. I had a staff person that I had hired who was not a gang member himself, but his brother was gang involved, and his brother was killed in a gang-related homicide. He knew a lot of the guys from that particular 9 Trey. And so he reached out to some folks that he knew, and then they reached out to folks that they knew, and then those folks reached out to folks that they knew. And then we had a meeting where we brought together about 15 guys and 1 lady, and they met with our county commissioner who told them, this is what we're planning on doing. We're very serious about this. This is legit. It's not some kind of trap. And we're looking for people who are tired of going to funerals. We're looking for people who are tired of the violence. Because you have to get a special kind of person who's in a special kind of place to do that kind of work. They got to have the influence to be able to get people to put the guns down, but they also have to have disengaged enough that they're not going to be encouraging gang membership. And so and then we continue to meet with them for a period of months. We buy them lunch, we talk about the process. And then those are special employees. You really have to, those people have skills that I'll never have. Right. And they have relationships that I'll never have. And you have to be humble about that, right? But then when I was going to high school, half of my guys were already in prison because in North Carolina, you're an adult at 16. Yeah, only state left. Wow. Because the South, we're progressive. So, they did not have a normal life course. And so you also have to do a lot of training and a lot of support with that person to make sure, like there's literally not a week, I don't even supervise them anymore, but there's not a week that I don't talk to that team. Because I just want to make sure that they have what they need, they have that support, because I made commitments to them when we brought them on, and they cut ties to their support network. And that's a big thing.
And say this to you, Ms. Young. You mentioned about one very important aspect is sometimes we miss the collaboration because somebody has a program over here, has a program over there, and then there are those that are predators that PREY on the misery by trying to get grants.
For sure.
And so I'm hearing now that it takes that whole village and that whole community. And this is one, we opened up last month the Empowerment Center in Savannah, Georgia, as a collaboration of resources.
Right.
And the whole focus was we can do more together than apart. So I love what you're saying in reference to the efforts of the assessments, but also the assessments to our whole organizations, 501c3s accountable, and agencies and departments to see is it working?
Right.
If it's not working, what can we do to take those resources and to put it into something that is working? And then you mentioned something else, to customize it to our village, to our city. My goodness, Detroit needs you right now. Because something needs to happen where we customize it. Chairman Hitchens was hitting on something. He said years ago he was there in position when we had the incidents with the gangs, and he mentioned Ricky Jivens. And I remember in 1991 when we had 59 murders in Savannah, Georgia, and we were the highest murder rate per capita. 1984 likewise. But this element of the streets is a far different element.
It is.
There is not a code of ethics. It's just blatant, insensitive murders.
It's changed since I started working with young people. And I'll tell you, what kind of trips me out is that, it's all connected down the East Coast. So I don't know if y'all read in the newspaper, but we've had 70-some people arrested on a RICO that ranged from New York down to Charlotte. Well, let me say some names that may be familiar to some of you. 9 Trey, 8 Trey, Rolling 60s, Folks, Gangster Disciples, G-Shine. Those gangs are present in our city, they're present in Raleigh, they're present in Charlotte, they're present in Atlanta, and they're probably present here too. And they're connected. And you have adults who are running things, not necessarily, but then you also have a lot of guys who go away, and when those older guys go away, some of the young guys, they don't have respect for how things were done 20 years ago, and they're doing their own thing. And sometimes they can really, really be hard to calm down once they get going.
Well, I think you've given us an interlude into our next segment that will contribute to the conversation of what's going on in our jails right now. And while we're talking about the jails when it comes to preventive, because you've got to be there to know what's going on. Does anyone else have any other questions for Ms. Young?
Of course, it's all interrelated, as we've already talked about, but one thing that I stumbled across a couple of years ago that I've never been able to really turn loose of, and actually the state of Georgia looks closely at the Department of Education statistics for children in the 3rd and 4th grade who are substantially below grade standard in school. And it mirrors 10 or 12 years later the number of people that have gone into our prison system, and many of them are the same. And I don't think they're dumb. They have a variety of reasons for why they're not performing in school, and it leads down that primrose path into criminal activity, and many times through gangs. And you know, I don't know what we can do to change that, but I've always said a good education, just like the president did, is the foundation for a successful life. I mean, if you do, and you only have one chance. If you don't do well when you go through school, I think and you can't get a job today if you can't read and write. You can't drive a truck. You can't do anything if you can't read manifests and take direction, and that pretty much limits what they can do, and then get out on the street corner and get in a gang and sell drugs and make some easy money, and the belief is that they won't ever be caught. So I think some of it comes out of education, and of course, you know, my family's got a lot of educators in it, and they most of it surrounds poverty and lack of good parental influence, and that's just a comment on.
Yes, thank you.
Georgia has made a concentrated effort through the collaboration model, Mr. Chairman, with the Get Georgia Reading campaign to address the learning and the success of students learning to read, particularly in K through 5. And it was the Department of Education, because we can't, as you said, one agency can't do it. So the Get Georgia Reading campaign is a coalition of communities. In fact, now we're up to over 100 Get Georgia Reading campaign communities. And what the campaign has done, Mr. Chairman, is identify those non-academic factors that impact learning, like access to dental care, asthma rates, and so it's not just the instruction in the classroom. And I think in large part because of that, we've seen some pretty dramatic improvements in the reading proficiency of 3rd graders and 4th graders. Additionally, and the legislature helped us with this, 2 years ago, House Bill 740, you probably remember that, requires any student before they're suspended kindergarten through 5th grade, they have to refer to the multi-tiered supportive intervention before they can be suspended more than 5 times. Because we saw a pretty high suspension rate in kindergarten through 3rd grade particularly. So the legislation does require that, and now we've seen in the last 2 years almost a 20% decrease in the number of students suspended out of school in those grade levels. So, and again, that was a concentrated effort. That was the Department of Education and legislators working together to identify an issue that had broad implications and consequences. And because of that coalition of working together, I think we have seen some positive outcomes and reduction of students suspended in those grade levels, and not just saying you can't do that, but saying this is the mechanism for which you need to substitute suspension, and that is put the team together in the school to identify what are the real issues that's causing the behavior problems. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Ms. Young, we would definitely like to continue to make sure that you don't go anywhere throughout the tenure of this. We've got about 3 more meetings. We're getting ready to go to the hometown area of Representative Brian Prince next in Augusta, Georgia, God's country. Yes. So we definitely need you. I think this is a very strong template for a possible blueprint, and we want to thank you for coming all the way down here.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you so much. We're going to have representation from, and we've been working with the Georgia Sheriff's Association, all of the state's associations from the GBI to the DAs and all the above, but I've seen it firsthand in the Chatham County Jail, and we're thankful that you're representing Sheriff Wilcher today to talk to us about that.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is David Morgan, and I've been employed at the Sheriff's Office 32 years. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association for the past 15 years. I just want to give you an overview of the state of the jail as far as the gang population goes, and then I'm going to kind of go back and forth a little bit about about some of the gangs going over into the community, because I don't think, of course, we can't hold them forever. So when they get out of jail, they come back to our communities. At present, we have 67 known gang sets inside the Chatham County Jail. Some of those gang sets have 3 individuals, and some have over 40. We don't separate gangs in the jail by their gang specification, so if they come in, they're just there. Our classification department, they do a really good job on how we actually validate these individuals. And by me speaking about the gangs, please don't have blinders on thinking I'm just speaking totally about male gang members. We also have female gang members in the jail as well. Classification give these individuals a series of questions. It can either be through self-admittance, through tattoos, through writings. Whenever the officers do shakedowns, if there's something they shouldn't have, of course they will bring it out, and we take a look at it, and then that's kind of another factor. I've been listening all morning, and what I found, what I've been hearing, and what I want to say is, and it may not have anything, hopefully it'll enlighten everyone. The gangs, it's a culture. It's not a fad, and it's not going to go away overnight. It's not like clothing you can buy and it goes out of style, and it's like, oh well. We have some individuals. We'll have 3 generations of folks in there: the father, the son, and the grandson. And it's like it's no real big deal to them. It's like, well, my dad's over in Unit 5. My granddad, he's out in 6, but oh well, we ain't here together. So until someone can come up with something that's going to change the mindset of these individuals, it's going to continue to be an issue, a crisis, and it is a crisis. Earlier you say, well, I don't want to call it a crisis, but it is. Anytime you can get, and the age was given earlier about a 10-year-old, but they're down to 8, because what's happening is the 17-year-old know that let them make this delivery over here of this pound of weed in this paper bag, and if they get caught, they're going to go to the juvenile center, and their parents are going to have to come and get them, so they really won't have nothing. Really won't be in that much of that big of trouble. And until someone can reach that 17-year-old to say, look, you shouldn't have this 8-year-old doing these things. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't be doing these things. It's going to continue. And what's making this continue is that financial part, because they see someone with some Jordans, or they see someone with a nice car, and if they can't get those financial resources, they're going to go out there and they're going to commit those crimes, and they're going to continue to do it. And we can sit here and talk to them till we're blue in the face, but it's kind of like they generate off of what they can see and what they can put their hands on. We could promise them the world. We're going to give you these programs. We're going to make sure you're taken care of. But if this G, and I'm going to come back to that, but another thing is you got to have their terminology down, because just like if you go to a foreign country and you don't speak the language, you're going to kind of be a little lost. So if they know, if I come to them and I start speaking their language and speaking the talk, then they're more likely to to be more reciprocate with me and speak back with me and give me the information I want. But if they know you're just saying something or trying to fish, they're going to tell you something, but it's not going to be the truth. So if this G, which stands for gangster, is telling these individuals something, then they're more likely to listen to it. I usually do a presentation, but it's usually in two parts. It's a prevention part and it's an identification part. The prevention part is what I usually talk to adults about. Look, this is what you need to tell your kids. This is what you need to do to make sure that they don't join the gang. Then I give them the identification part, things to look for that if their kids are in these gangs, and I call them kids if they're, 17 or under, 20 or under, but I know they're young adults. Now, going back to the jail, and I'm kind of all over the place because I really got a lot of information I really want to kind of spread to you. Like I said, we don't separate gang members in the jail, but there are, so if you have 67 known gang sets, that was roughly about a little over 400, between 400 and 500 individuals just inside the Chatham County Jail, which as of this morning, I think had 1,862 individuals.
Give those numbers again.
There was, the total population inside of the jail this morning was 1,862. Out of that 1,862, there's probably between 400 and 500 gang members.
So I'm just going to stop you in parables.
Okay.
You're saying about 1/3, 1/4 of the population
Yes,
in Chatham County Jail.
yes, and that's a conservative number for the number of gang members. They, you have to be inside there to, like you said earlier, to really know what's going on. But I want to try to paint a picture so that everyone has a clear understanding of, the state of the jail. And once again, they're not always going to be in the jail. Once they do their time and once they're adjudicated, they're going to be let back out. And there's no community here in Savannah. And although I'm speaking about local gangs, all these gangs, they have a foundation or a basic that covers the state of Georgia, that covers every city in the United States. Sometimes I'll give presentations, I'll go into the gated communities, and I'll purposely ask, man, I can't pronounce the name of the street. And they say, yeah, we have that street out here. Then I'll focus back a little further, and they'll say, I'll let them know, yeah, this is right out here. And then the questions start. But until then, it's like, well, it's just something to get out of the house for this evening. They're everywhere. They're everywhere, and they are a lot more intuitiveness than we give them credit for. We have had doctors come through, lawyers come through, accountants, personnel in the military come through the jail that's been in gangs. So if I get shot or cut, I don't have to go to the hospital. I'll just call up my brother. He'll come over and fix me up. If I can't count my money, I'll just send it to my brother over here. He'll count. They try to be self-sufficient. And one of the things that I've found over the past few years is that the reason it's so embedded here in Chatham County is because the close proximity of the military installations. Because now you have kids and young people coming from all over to these installations. Now they're putting their spin on whatever gangs there are and going back out. And although we have a lot of hybrid gangs out of those 67 known gang sets inside of the jail, we also have some national gangs. They mentioned earlier about the Rolling 60s. The way the Rolling 60s got here to Savannah is that the head of the Crip organization, Rolling 60s, out of California, went to Atlanta. He brought his top 8 recruiters, let them come. He said, well, Georgia seems pretty nice. You guys go out, to all these other cities and then come back and give me a report. Well, the one that came to Savannah say, hey, I like Savannah. Seafood is great, the weather's nice. We're gonna make shop there. And guess what? Now inside the jail, rolling 60s. And the thing about the rolling 60s, I'm sorry to bring but what they do is they took the handicap sign because it looks like a 60, and now you'll see them tattoo it on where it's visible. It's going to be a visible tattoo, but it looks like and their slogan is, Lord have mercy, because the rolling 60s don't, which means, they're not going to have mercy for you. Over at the juvenile center here, if the crime is of higher nature, whenever these young individuals turn 17, they'll bring them over to the jail. The juvenile center here is a hotbed for gang activity. Then when they come to the jail, they just get more of the gang culture. And it's, and we try to do as best we can, but once again, it's going to take everyone to try to curtail this, but it's not going to be an easy fix because it's a cultural problem now. And so.
Officer Morgan.
Yes, sir.
Officer Morgan, thank you for your information. And I heard you mention that you guys do try to inform parents or sort of what to look for at certain ages and what type of some gang-related type
Yes.
indicators. That information, are you also sharing that, i.e. with the school systems, maybe some of the church, people who are around other than the parents, of course, and that's usually we want to say it was our first line of defense. However, just living in a small town outside of Hepzibah in Augusta, parents are not always the ones who are going to see the kids or spend a lot of time with them. It's usually a lot of times it's the teachers, those after-school programs, boys and girls clubs and things like that. So do you guys share that type of information so that maybe they can
Yes.
help you out?
Matter of fact, I was just in Burke County High School about 2 weeks ago and did a presentation for the alternative school up there. I do the schools here if they reach out and say, hey, I would like for you to come. Matter of fact, a couple of years ago, one of the local high schools won a high school basketball championship, and you had one of the kids in the student body throwing up a blood sign. So I called the principal. I said, hey, you got a kid in your student section. I'm pretty sure they're a student. You may want to pull them in and talk to them. Well, she did. She said, nah, he was just throwing up West Side. So then I took her this picture of this guy. He's got full-blooded tattooed across his chest, and I'll pass. You guys can definitely look at this. He got full-blooded tattooed across his chest, throwing up the same gang sign. And I said, I didn't make this picture up. Then I took it a step further, as we were speaking earlier about the professional athletes, it's crossing over to them. Have a picture of Marshawn Lynch that played with the Oakland Raiders. He's known, and he let it be known that he's a gang member, and he's throwing up the same blood sign. So these aren't things that I'm making up. But to answer your question, yes, I do. I'll go into whatever school wants me to come speak with them about it. I even go as far as letting some of the teachers or instructors know that if you see little Johnny and he's got all these highlighters on his desk, but nothing in his book is marked, he's making C's and D's or F's, what he does is he unscrews the back of that highlighter and he'll put marijuana in one, cocaine in another one, pills in another one, and he'll leave them out on his desk, and they'll walk by and take them, and he'll write down, okay, well, he took the weed, he owed me 20 at the end, and he'll just go in his book bag and replenish them. And the teacher said, I got one of those guys in my class. So it's little things they do. I even teach them how to read graffiti, the higher, the right, over to the left. And I know this is probably not the forum for that, but I go through all of that. So I try to help as much as I can.
Let me ask you this, Officer Morgan. You talked about the outreach from the community, but I do want to commend the Chatham County Sheriff's Department for the programs. I know, because I'm there.
Yes.
You have can you give us those GED, substance abuse, conflict resolution, what other programs do you provide?
We also have, there's the, I don't know the specific name of it, but they have the dog rescue program there where they'll have inmates to get rescue dogs or from the, and they will train them over a series of maybe 2 months, and then they'll adopt them out on a Saturday, and that's a pretty successful program. The GED, we have the chaplains program there. That's really beneficial. And through those programs, a lot of these gang members, they try to kind of hide out, but the instructors over those programs are really good about saying, well, hey, you know, they're doing some kind of, we don't allow them to do the gang shakes, or they can't, you know, throw up signs and all that stuff, because then they will be removed from the program.
But can I say this? My point of saying that, out of 159 counties, every county that has a sheriff department does not have programs.
Okay.
So very strong kudos that we in Chatham County provide those preventive programs, reentry programs, true reentry.
Yes.
We have people coming out of and I call them brothers and sisters regardless of what color. They come out of the Chatham County Jail to come to the Empowerment Center, to come into programs. Beverly Trout is being very modest, and I'm sure Kit is being very modest. But that's a population of people that they connect with constantly in their programs. So
yes.
My big question to you before we conclude is, what can we do to help, as an example of the sheriff's departments across the state, what can we in the community and the legislature and agencies do to help out?
I really want to say just stay the course. Just stay behind us. You know, I'm pretty sure the sheriff will have his wish list, so to speak, of what legislation can do, what you guys can do, and just stay fast and stay the course, and really try to support what we do what you've been doing. Just continue to do, and then that'll give us the fortitude to continue to do what we do and try to righten the ship and get it moving forward even more.
Thank you so much. If there are no further questions, we thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we've been talking about, we laid out the logistics and the matters of how crucial everything is with the GBI. We laid out the focus. Ms. Young did a tremendous job of giving us a tremendous template for the total picture of prevention. And now we see from our law enforcement, even in the jails with reentry, because everybody keeps talking about reentry, but who's doing the work? This person that's about to come up by ways of Atlanta, Georgia, his name is Mr. Larry Veals. Now, is Larry here? Now, many of you might have seen Larry on our national platform as a performer. I want to give you kudos. I hope you don't tell any jokes. I hope Earthquake doesn't tell me that you're going to tell us some jokes here. But I want to say thank you, man, for what you do, what you've done with your program. It's a tremendous program. We need you in this battle right now, and so we want to give you the floor to tell about your program.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'm very, very excited. It was a great drive. I'm excited really because, you know, I find people who are interested in making a difference. And when I see people who are interested in making a difference, they recognize that there's a problem, but also they know that there are solutions. And that's my area of expertise. Thank you. My name is Larry Veal. I have performed comedy across the country. And in 1994, I kind of had a change when my younger brother got arrested and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Under the mandatory minimum, you all know about the crime bill and things of that nature, I started studying it, because I have a degree in criminology, Payne College, and in Augusta, yeah. So I started studying it, and I'm like, man, this ain't right. Something has to happen. Do they see what this can possibly do? In 1994, I was on Good Day Atlanta. I had like a little presentation, but it's cool if I don't necessarily need it. But I was on Good Day Atlanta in Atlanta, which is an early morning show, and I was talking to the reporter, and I was telling him, if we don't address what is happening in a preventive type of way, there will be shooting on the streets. There will be shooting in schools. There will be shootings and crime at such a high rate that it would become an epidemic. I said that in 1994, and it can't be found today. So one thing that really baffled me is that I didn't see a lot of people, as many as I thought, doing anything. So I started channeling my comedy, for the most part, to go into schools and try to address young people in a way to get them to want to be better. I'm not a fan of this bullying people or these shows that try to make people change. I wanted to make you want to change and make you want to know that, hey, you can do better. You can be better. Aside from that, as I stand here, I have a metal plate in my mouth, had over 350 stitches in my back, because I used to be a gang member. And I used to be an active, strong gang member, so much so that for years, people used to think I was still going to go to prison. People, even when I went to college and got my, graduated and everything, people were still saying, man, I just don't see it. They could not believe that I had made such a turnaround. And I want to share with you real quick. Let me know about the time. I'm not going to take a whole bunch of time, but I remember the day that I decided that I wanted to become a better person. I had made all Fs on my freshman year, all Fs and one D. The D was in gym. And that was just because the girls, at least you go, you don't dress. But when I tell this story, I show my transcript on the presentation. Made all Fs and one D, and one day some friends of mine wanted to join. This other guy the guy from another gang wanted us to join his gang, wanted us to flip. Y'all know about flipping, right? We decided not to do that. And he gets so mad that he wanted to fight us, and what my friends and I decided to do was, we were in a garage, in an old house. We'd go old house, garage, whatever, and they would smoke weed, use cocaine back in the day in aluminum foil. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all anyway, probably. I'm not saying I know you, but I'm just, but one thing with me, I thank God I never to this day used marijuana, cocaine, or anything like that. And I feel like God was looking over me, because I had no desire to do that. And even though they tried to make me do it, man, you a punk. Man, hey, I'm just got to be a punk. I ain't trying to do that. And I think that led me to be here. But one day, what happened was, my friends decided that they wanted to do something to this dude. They said, let's shoot up his house. I remember telling them, no, let's not shoot up his house, man, because, you saw the old people there, you saw the kids there. I remember literally telling them that. Now other dudes say, well, let's burn up their house. I'm like, no, we're not going to do that. I was a nice guy. I said, let's just catch him and beat him up. I'm a nice guy. And so what happened was, I go to school the next day, I don't see any of my friends. When I get on the bus to go back home, the house that they were talking about, that were in question, was on fire. I got off the bus, ran towards the house because the police had it all blocked off, and I'm looking at this house ablaze, and I'm nervous, I'm scared, I'm sad, I'm mad, all this stuff, because first of all, I'm mad because didn't I just say don't do that? And then I'm angry, I'm scared because did they implicate me? Did somebody die? Whatever. And then I heard somebody call my name, and when I looked to the left, one of my friends was in the backseat of the police car, and he was crying. And I looked in the other cars, just like the police had them in separate cars, I guess so they wouldn't get their stories together. And I'm watching them. And this is in Indiana. In Indiana, we had this thing called IYC, Indiana Youth Center. You go to IYC, and you can stay there until you're an adult. If you know about Mike Tyson was locked up in IYC. He didn't get out till he was 32. You know, he was at Indiana Youth Center. So we knew that was serious business. So I was watching them, and I'm standing out here with the people, spectators, and I realized something. And this is what I try to get young people all across America in that same situation to realize. I realized that I was better than that. I was better than that. I would not have done that. You know, and from that point, I decided to live as though I was better than that. Let me go to school and listen to what the teacher's talking about. Let me go to school and try to figure out what's happening over here. Let me listen to, it's a mentor down the street that used to talk to me. I used to ignore him. Let me go to this church that I used to walk past all the time. And I brought all those things together, and next thing you know, I'm an honor roll student. And when I graduated, I said, you know what? I want to do whatever I can to help other young people. And that's, in a nutshell, one of the things that I was blessed to do. Now, the young lady before me, a couple speakers, she said you got to have statistics. Well, I come to you from Lilburn, Georgia. You know, the Honorable Representative Jasmine Clark introduced me and told me some things, and we have the mayor, Johnny Crisp. Gwinnett County, Lilburn is in Gwinnett County, which is, of course, you know, with the largest school system in the state of Georgia. And in 2010, Gwinnett County, I think, won their first Broad Award for Best Urban School District in America. If you go back and look at their executive summary for that year, they partnered with somebody to go into the schools. That person was me, and that company was my company called Be More Positive. We had a project called Project Rule 12. Project Rule 12 started in 2005 out of an idea that I had as a motivational speaker. I had gone to the schools, and I had been asked to speak to all the peer leaders in Gwinnett County. It was like 1,000 of them, and they called it Be More Positive Day. And at the end, counselors came to me and they said, Larry, I love your story. We have young people here who's getting kicked out of school, and when they get kicked out, they go to alternative school. A lot of times we don't ever see them no more. Can you help them do what you did? Well, I didn't feel like doing that, you know, because I knew how much time it would take. And to be honest with you, I was a little selfish. I was making $3,000 a speech. So every day, I'm giving at least 1-2 speeches. So I'm like, that was like out of the back of my mind. I'm not going to even think that. And then I had a community program in Gwinnett County where a young man, and I'm being real brief right here. I just really want you guys to understand what I'm saying. I had a young man named Green, last name Green. He was kicked out of school, but he was in my community program. I said, why you get kicked out of school? He said, I was on Rule 12. I don't like school. So I'm meeting somebody on Rule 12. We have an assessment. I have a curriculum called I Have Willpower that my wife and I put together. My wife has a master's degree in statistics, and she was over Title III at Morehouse College. And so she's real good with putting stuff together. So we have an assessment, and in our assessment, it showed that this guy could be really dangerous. He had a serious anger problem, and he didn't handle his emotional and impulsive decisions correctly. And our assessment shows that. So I went to his probation officer and said, listen, y'all need to deal with Montrell Green. He needs to be he don't need to be in the community program. I'm telling you, he needs to be somewhere in-house. And I was telling him that. I put it in writing. A couple weeks go by. Montrell didn't show up. Where's Montrell? I asked his PO. Well, you know when you look at the news tonight. I looked at the news that night, and Montrell had committed a murder, killed a 32-year-old girl, young lady from New York, who was a journalist. Stabbed over 70-some times, and the newspaper said it was one of the most heinous crimes that a teen had committed. The DA said that, Danny Porter said that, one of the most heinous crimes they've seen. And he said, and also in a news article, it said, what could somebody have done? What would make him do this? I'm like, I was trying to tell you. trying to show you. I had it in writing that he said he was going to do this. We had everything. I'm good with documenting. So I said, you know what? It's not about money. Let me answer the call that these counselors said. Let me go into the schools. And that's when we started Project Rule 12. Get every young people on Rule 12. Rule 12 meant you're on the last leg of the discipline cycle. And they said, you get one more chance. I'm like, instead of just waiting for them to do something else, let's help them. So our motto became, before you kick them out, let us help them out. In 2010, when Gwinnett County won the Broad Award, they recognized us as the only organization that they had partnered with. And I could easily pull it up. I think I sent it to whoever was texting me. All right. And it said we work with 3,000 students at 29 different schools. Some of the schools we had a 93% success rate, meaning before and after they started the program, meaning that we helped decrease their disciplinary referrals and increase their academic performance. That information doesn't come from me, because we don't gather that data. That comes from the administration. So the school administration shared that with us, that we in some of the schools had a 90-something% success rate. Counselors are on YouTube, you can put up today, saying how impactful this program was. That same year in 2010, we won Best Minority Nonprofit in the whole Gwinnett County, which I didn't even know anybody was tallying us. I don't even know how you win something like that. I didn't know it even existed. I was invited somewhere, and there you go, But anyway, let me close out by saying, that was then. That was Gwinnett. We have a project right now called Project Big C. Believing in Georgia's children. It's not about a county. It's about all these counties. It's about all of our young people. If one person can change, if we can make an impact, if we can support in any other area, we want to be able to do that. ProjectBigC.com is what we want to do as a result of this committee, as a result of the Georgia Senate Safety Committee, and unfortunately, as a result of all of these shootings, every one of them hurt. Every one of them we should all take personal. A child in Walmart? Are you serious? Somebody at a party? Are you serious? This is America. This is America. Finally, I say, if y'all grew up in the neighborhoods, and it could be a nice, pretty, fancy house, the mamas and daddies can drive the fanciest car, but if their kids are acting stupid and roaming the neighborhood, acting crazy and stealing, how do you look at that house? How do this country look at our house? I'm here because I know you guys want to help clean house, and I just at least want to have a broom to assist in that. So thank y'all for listening.
Mr. Veal, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for taking the impromptu time to take a drive down to the Seaport City. And thank you for your work. I hear your passion. I hear your cry. I know we're at this defining moment. It is organizations like yours and people like you that are going to help us put this piece together and this puzzle fill. Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner?
Really don't have a question, but I'd just like to thank you for what you do, and being at DJJ just for a short time, just started not a little over a month ago, but coming from the police side of the background, and I see what you're talking about and exactly what Ms. Young's talking about. It starts in the community, and oftentimes they do lack that chance, that second chance that someone can take on. And so I do think that's very important in what your program is doing, and it's key. I know we talk about a lot of times with the GBI, but I think it's really important to do the preventative stuff inside the communities, because as we had this same committee meeting in Atlanta, 60% of our youth that enter the DJJ is already gang affiliated, documented. We know that. So when I look at those numbers, it's alarming to me, and I'm like, okay, what can we do inside the communities to prevent these young people from, number one, joining the gang, and number two, becoming part of DJJ's system. So I guess I really didn't have a question, but I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? We will ask you to stay on board. This is a train that's not getting off. We just continue to move forward. We're going to need you in this walk, man. And if you know, all I want to say is we go back to your sister city, former city of Augusta.
That's right.
We want you to continue to help us out, and it's going to take everybody's narrative to make this a total victory for Georgia. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for all the stuff you've been doing too.
Thank you. I want to make sure before we just take a little breather, we have from, I think, from the city of Jacksonville, from City Council, is Mr. Akins here? Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Can you come just for a second? And let me say this. I call upon our family in Jacksonville and in South Carolina, because it's going to take that village. I just want you to say hello to everybody. You drove all the way up here from Jacksonville, and we just appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much on behalf of Councilman George Morgan. I'm very happy to be here. I heard some of the speakers today talking about the Cure Violence program. Those are some things that we're actually doing right now in Jacksonville. And so a lot of the things that I've heard so far are some of the things that we're trying to tackle, some of the issues that we're having with crime. I was a former school teacher before I started working with Councilman Morgan. So, you know, it's in the schools, and we all have to get a grapple on it, you know, before it's too late. So I'm very happy to be here on behalf of Councilman Morgan. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. And why do we ask Jacksonville, and why we ask South Carolina, and why we ask North Carolina? Because it's all a chain reaction. I think, Ms. Young, you said that it's all over the nation, and it's a chain reaction. It will take Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, all of us to come together. And that's the bigger picture that we're looking at. So with that, we're going to take just a brief break, about 10 minutes or so. So our committee members can stretch their legs, and likewise you all. I do want to say this to you all, that you're here. Don't leave, because you got a real opportunity to get some real information from the Department of Juvenile Justice. Mr. Stokes is here. I cannot tell you enough about his program and his sacrifice to be here as a young man. I'm glad to see someone that I can look to as leadership like Mr. Stokes, and he's come from Atlanta, Georgia. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break, if you'll bear with us. On this segment, and we do have the commissioner with us here from the Department of Juvenile Justice for the state of Georgia, who's a part of our committee, and I cannot thank him enough. You came right in inception of the position, and we just threw you in, but we're thankful for you. We're glad that you're with us. We have two representatives from the Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice, Ms. Margaret Kaywood, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Support Services for the Georgia DJJ, and we have Dr. Christine Doyle, who is the Director of Behavioral Health Services for the Georgia Department of DJJ. And here again, I can't tell you, thank you all so much for taking the time to be with us, and we're just going to open the floor for your presentation.
Thank you. Oops. Okay, to start with, and just to give you a brief overview of Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice, we are a very comprehensive state-run juvenile justice system, meaning that we provide probation service in addition to detention services and long-term services. And in Georgia's 159 counties, there are only 19 counties that have independent courts that provide intake and probation services, and Chatham does happen to be one of those counties. However, for the other counties, Department of Juvenile Justice provides intake, probation services, as well as detention services. We also contract with residential providers, some of the same residential providers that Child Welfare DFACS uses for children that need treatment placement, and provide those children that are committed to Department of Juvenile Justice in treatment programs. We have 7 long-term youth development centers across the state, and these are for the kids that are committed to Department of Juvenile Justice and are designated felons. We also have 19 detention centers, which are throughout the state, and this is for youth that are awaiting court or awaiting placement. And these are your lower risk offenders, but we do use a validated instrument to determine what youth come into the detention centers. Georgia Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice, we are a school district within Department of Education, and we have a total of 29 schools, which is 26 schools in each of our facilities, and then we have 3 educational transition centers, with one of those located here in Chatham County, and those are centers for youth that are transitioning back to their community or are not able to function within their current education school environment, and we assist them with getting high school diplomas or GEDs. So I think you probably already know that community is key to gang prevention, and prevention and early intervention are mission essential. And the stronger communities are overall, that reduces the high-risk behaviors of children and youth. And community-based programs that reduce risk of youth delinquency also reduce the impact and the involvement, gang involvement. And programs that are most effective are those that are comprehensive, they're community-based, and they have partnerships with other agencies and systems within the community. And the emphasis is on kids developing positive coping skills and problem-solving skills. And we think about this as positive youth development opportunities and youth being in supportive environments with supportive adults in the afternoon. And we think about what comes to mind is our 21st century after-school programs, Boys and Girls Clubs, and other type of after-school activities that keep kids involved. So for Department of Juvenile Justice, we are involved in the community, and when I mentioned that we provided supervision in the community, we have approximately 96 offices, and there's close to around 10,000 children under our supervision in the communities across the state. And for those particular children that are in the community, we link them to whatever resources are available. We are active in the local interagency planning team, which is an entity that is head up by Department of Behavioral Health that identifies youth that have mental health issues and helps them link them to services and supports. We also are involved in the CHINS, Children in Need of Services committees, as well as attendance review. And all of these committees, Family Connections, Communities in School, and Faith-Based, is all looking at what are opportunities to strengthen kids and reduce the risk factors that is causing them to not do well in school or for the family to struggle. We also link them to other pro-social development opportunities, which may be through the school. It could be athletics or music or other activities in the community. During the juvenile justice reform during 2013, Georgia supported juvenile justice reform by funding evidence-based services in the communities, and these are called the incentive grant services, and all counties have opportunities for these services, and I believe the way they determined which particular evidence-based service was that the community had input in selecting those services. And those are the cognitive behavioral group programs like ART, Thinking for a Change, and then also the family treatment programs, which are like the MST, FFT, and the High Fidelity RAP. And the Carl Vinson Institute actually does the outcomes report for those particular programs. However, DJJ manages the contracts for the particular services. So this is a global and holistic overview, but I'm going to defer to Dr. Doyle to get into the specific strategies that target the juvenile justice youth that enter our system.
So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My first slide may seem very simplistic. Y'all kids are not adults. I say this because it is critically important, and especially in the conversation about gangs and how do we prevent our kids from joining and then rescue them from gangs when they do join. It's important to recognize because the young person you often see in front of you looks like a grown person. You know, a 16 or 17-year-old boy looks grown, but they're not. The adolescent brain is very different from the adult brain. And fortunately for us and those who wish to do this work, we have a tremendous opportunity. Adolescence is a time of tremendous neuroplasticity, which boils down to kids' brains are flexible and they change. If you give them the right environment and you give them the right opportunities, they can and will change for the better. And we are uniquely situated right now at this point in time with the work that we do to help the kids effect that change. Providing good evidence-based treatment and strategies can help kids really turn their lives around and do things very differently. So what does work? We've talked a lot about what doesn't work, you know, which treating kids like grown-ups doesn't work, but what does? There's a lot that works. That's some of the good news. I know often conversations about gangs and the gangs, reaching out for our children becomes frightening, and what do we do? How do we save them? The good news is there is a tremendous amount of evidence-based practice out there that does work and is effective for kids. A restorative environment in a juvenile justice setting, an educational setting, any youth-serving agency provides kids with an opportunity to create those good connections and to really operationalize 5 key tasks that all adolescents must accomplish. Again, may seem very foundational, but often gets left out of the conversation when we're talking about gangs. The first is establish an identity. It's what all teenagers want to do. Who am I? What am I about? Who am I going to be, right? Gangs give them that opportunity. They allow them to be someone, to affiliate, to join, to have an identity as I am an important person in my social structure. So our task is to give them something better, to give them that pro-social identity, the opportunities to identify themselves as a member of their larger community, their school, as Ms. Kaywood was saying, their sports team, their band, whatever it is that's better than the gang. The second one is establishing autonomy, right? I think the kids today say that they're trying to adult. Isn't that the vernacular now? This is when kids learn how to do that, right? So what does it look like for me to make my own decisions in a positive pro-social way that gets me the outcomes that I want? And helping them to recognize that they can do that and giving them the skills. I will come back to that over and over again. It's all about the skills, the skills, the skills. You know, so many of our kids come from environments where perhaps they did not have an opportunity to learn the best skills for decision making. They didn't have an opportunity to learn those best educational kinds of things. Not because the people in their lives don't want that for them. You know, I've met very few parents who don't want their children to do well, but again, sometimes the parents don't have skills. It gets back to the community piece. So how do we, in juvenile justice, help the kids enhance their skills? Kids want to be somebody. They want to achieve something. You know, what do all of us want? We want to have some mastery. We want to have some recognition. Kids are no different. This is what they want. I will never forget coming into a facility where at the time we were treating the kids that were the highest needs, most resistant to treatment. And as an interesting note, complex traumatic experience was not a criteria for placement in that facility, but 96% of the kids had it. So just saying there. But one of the things that these kids would receive was a certificate if they had a week of behavior with no behavioral problems, incidents, anything like that. And a young man who knew me from his community came running up to me with his certificate. Dr. Doyle, I got a certificate. I've been a whole week, I got a certificate. And then he stopped, a 16-year-old man, right? And you could see the little boy on his face when he said, I've never gotten a certificate for anything in my whole life. You know, so that 3-cent piece of paper and some printer ink helped give him the accomplishment that he had done something, that he had mastery, that he had an identity of someone who succeeded in some positive pro-social way. A personal value system, right and wrong, tying into community values and community norms rather than a gang-involved system of values and norms. And again, skills, giving them the skills to sustain that value system that they can use going forward throughout their lives. And finally, developing a sense of belonging. And we all wish to belong, don't we? We go to our churches, we go to our synagogues, we go to our fraternities or sororities. We go where we go because we wish to belong. And that desire to belong and that reaching for belonging is strongest in adolescence. It's the strongest it will ever be throughout their lives. The gangs give them a sense of belonging. Again, it's our task to give them something better to belong to. So, there we go. So the list of programs that does work for kids is long and distinguished, and this is just a few, but I wanted to give you some examples. Thinking for a Change, we've already mentioned that. Aggression replacement training, we've already mentioned that. The 7 Challenges is a substance use service that's targeted specifically for children and adolescents and suits their developmental stage appropriately. Trauma specific, I mentioned trauma earlier because it is a critical component of the lives and the treatment needs of the kids that we are serving, both in our communities and in our secure facilities. So having trauma-informed and trauma-responsive environments is extremely important if you're going to work successfully with this population. Structured psychotherapy for adolescents responding to chronic stress, which acronyms to SPARCS, trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral intervention for trauma in schools. We don't do the last one. I mentioned that one because that is one that is gaining some popularity in schools, as Dr. McGivney knows. All of these other services are things that we do offer in DJJ secure facilities in our efforts to help the kids, again, leverage that brain change. And for those of you who would like to know more of that, I cannot recommend highly enough a book by Dr. Lawrence Steinberg called The Age of Opportunity. And it's a book specifically about the neuroplasticity of adolescence and the opportunity that we have to help kids change. Certainly, it's The Age of Opportunity by Lawrence Steinberg. Excellent book and very readable. He's a very smart guy, but he writes in a way that is very accessible. So, and then finally, I'd like to mention positive behavioral interventions and supports, which actually started in school systems as a behavior management strategy, has strung, almost 30 years now, Dr. McGivney, in schools? Very strong. Came into secure facilities about 10 years ago, and Georgia has the distinction of being the first state in the nation to go live with PBIS in all of its secure facilities. So we really are the grandfathers of PBIS in secure juvenile settings. And the idea of PBIS is really to turn traditional correctional ideas on their heads. You know, we're very good traditionally at catching kids doing things wrong and not as good at telling them, wow, you did that well, you've done that right. So PBIS gives kids very concrete operationalized expectations and descriptions of what it looks like to do it right, and then rewards them and reinforces them when they do it right. Good job. Wow, I saw you being courteous today. Good job. Or if you weren't courteous, yeah, you know, come let's talk about that. How could you have been a little different there? What different skill could you have used? So not only does it positively reinforce when kids do things well, it gives them the skills that they can carry back out into their communities to do it well again. So PBIS can be a very strong foundation for children.
To add to what Dr. Doyle was saying, and to remember, kind of understand the context of the youth that come into our system, as she mentioned that our youth, we have a high percentage of youth that have experienced significant trauma. Also, we see a high percentage of youth that have mental health needs. For example, in our detention center, I believe last month it was 48% of the 800-plus children in detention centers across the state were on our mental health caseloads because of mental health needs. In our long-term facility, I believe last month, it was 69 to 70%. So the deeper in kids go, it tends to indicate that they had more serious issues when they came in the front door. And to go into what do we do, in addition to what Dr. Doyle was saying, we provide the more intensive groups and services in the long-term facilities and the less intensive on the front end, and that's in line with national standards of you don't just put a low-risk youth or a medium-risk youth in a high-risk group that in order to address their needs, and that actually has the reverse effect. So we are very thoughtful about how we implement treatment in our facilities and risk reduction activities in our facilities. But as Dr. Doyle was saying about the school climate, we use PBIS in the whole facility. It's not just in the classroom from 8 till 3, but it's in the full facility. And that culture is a culture where they're taught social skills, they're modeled for them, they're reinforced, and that helps them learn those skills that many of them did not have parents or a support system or family that was able to give that to them earlier on because of the vulnerabilities of their families. For youth that have been in our long-term facilities, we have a very structured reentry process that actually begins at the very beginning of their placement in the long-term facility, and it includes the family and any supportive family members, the staff at the facility, and it's called youth-centered because we really want the youth to be honest and to own it and to feel like that he has the independence of developing this and his voice is heard. National research has indicated that youth voice is essential to getting youth to make changes, so we definitely focus on that. But we look at all of the different areas of housing, safety, education, vocational. We have quite a few partnerships with the vocational and technical schools from Technical College Systems of Georgia with across the state to help our kids in the facilities get certifications and GEDs in education, and then we link them as they return to the community and link them to other schools and other resources. But literally in these meetings, and having sat in several of them, you hear families talk about basic needs of the mom saying, I know he got involved because we live in a really terrible neighborhood that there's nobody, we don't know anyone on our street. He's gotten caught up with some older boys. I'm trying to find a home or an apartment in an affordable neighborhood that would be positive, would be that, and you would hear the mom say, I don't have any attachments or any family members or any social supports. I remember hearing one mom and young person that relocated after Katrina to the Atlanta area and then said, we're here by ourselves, we have no one, we have no support system. And then we even hear them talk through, okay, after you finish school in the afternoon, after you finish at the technical college, how will you walk home? Which road will you go down? That they literally have to talk about, if you go down this particular road, you're going to encounter some of those former peers that got you in trouble. So let's think about how else could you get home. So it's that type of strategizing and being honest about what they're going back into. There are a few youth and families that say, I want to go somewhere else. I want to start somewhere else because I don't think I can do it in that community. And so it's helping them find a new community. We also know that family engagement is essential to youth making that transition back to the community. And it's not just birth or biological family, but who is their support system? Who is like an uncle, like an auntie to him? Those are the people that we want to wrap around them. Those are youth ministers, mentors. It may be the football coach, the soccer coach, or people like that that can be a supportive, positive adult in their lives in connection when they go back. And then as we link them with everything and help them make that transition, and it's so critical that when they first go back, they immediately get linked. If a teenager has 2 weeks to wait for a service or to start school, they get lost. They find their old friends. They find the gang. They need money. So how do they need? They need resources, and so that's why it's so critical that we connect them quickly. And then, of course, we follow up. For most of our youth, when they transition out, they continue on supervision with us, and that's where our community supervision staff continue to provide linkage and supports and check-ins and check-in with the school. And we have school probation officers that help try to get the community to wrap around them and help them to be successful. So in thinking about our next steps, what we're working on now to assure that we align with national standards and that we have the best outcomes for Georgia's children, Department of Juvenile Justice is involved in an initiative called the Youth in Custody Practice Model, which provides technical assistance from national organizations of Georgetown University, Center for Juvenile Justice Reform, and the CJCA. And what it is, and I think we are the 3rd cohort to go through this, in that there are probably, I think, about 7 or 8 that have already gone before us, including Massachusetts, Texas, and a couple other states. But it has identified the 70 best practices and national standards for positive youth development and for adolescent development for youth that are in custody. And so we are in the first year of implementing that, and that is actually giving guidance to us on all the different strategies of what we need to do in our comprehensive system, from in the community to in our facilities all the way through reentry. In the community, we partner with any willing communities around whatever prevention or early intervention strategies that the community's interested in. Our staff sit on family connections committees, on communities and schools, any other type of initiative around positive youth development. We work with our community on that. And then we also link gang affiliation identification to restorative and disaffiliation strategies. And I believe y'all probably heard from Ray Ham, who is our expert on gang identification. And he and his team actually collect and identify not only the gang involvement, but the depth of the gang involvement. And then that helps us identify what strategies we need to use. And then as we're moving through this youth in custody practice model process, that's going to help us link the identification with what we need to do in our facilities and communities. And then I'm going to let Dr. Doyle is going to talk about the SAVORY.
Yes, so the SAVORY stands for the Structured Assessment of Violence Risk in Youth, which is actually a bit of a misnomer. It just makes a really nice acronym. The SAVORY does assess kids for their risk of reoffense. The lovely thing about the SAVORY is while it does measure some static risk factors, i.e. those things that we cannot change about a kid, for instance, familial involvement with the criminal justice system, if it's happened and we can't leverage that through treatment. But what it mostly measures are what we call the dynamic risk factors, those things we can change. You know, we know that educational involvement is a protective factor for a child. So a child isn't involved in education, we can help them with that, right? So the Savory gives us a way to identify what a child needs, and then to re-administer it at intervals to make sure that what we are offering the child actually is working for him or her. And it also utilizes what we call the risks, needs, and responsivity model, so that was the risk piece. The needs and responsivity help identify factors. Responsivity would be things like the mental health concerns that Ms. Kaywood mentioned, that would impact a child's ability to benefit from his risk reduction treatment if not addressed, but in and of itself is not a risk. You know, so if you have a child who's depressed or has some other emerging mental health condition, that in and of itself is not a risk factor. In spite of some of the public dialogue that we are having right now around other issues, a mental health concern doesn't make anybody more likely to be violent. But if I'm depressed, and that's not treated, my ability to sit, in that risk reduction group and really absorb and operationalize the information is really impaired. So I need to help that depressed child elevate their mood so they can really fully benefit from the other things that they're getting. In addition, the Savory helps us identify the kids' strengths. And again, we talked about this a short time ago. That's something that traditionally we haven't done quite as well. But all of our kids have strengths and all of our families have strengths. So how do we find out what can work well or has worked well and really give them the resources to enhance that in their lives? Because we can't be a resource for them forever. Our goal is to help them grow their own resources that they can rely on as they move through their lives. And the Savory helps us assess and evaluate that as well. Ms. Kaywood also mentioned matching the right child with the right service. And of those services that I listed for you earlier, some of those are more appropriate for a very high-risk, high-needs kid who's deeper into the system. Some of them might be more appropriate for a lower-risk, lower-needs kid who might be better served in the community. And what the literature tells us very clearly, and Ms. Kaywood mentioned it, but I'd like to reinforce it, is if you put the wrong kid in the wrong service, a low-risk kid in a high-risk service, you do not make him better, you make him worse. And do no harm, right, is one of the primary axioms. So while we are trying to help these kids, we want to be absolutely certain that we are not doing something that makes the situation worse, not better. And the Savory helps us be very certain that we are matching the right kid with the right service at the right risk level.
I want to ask you this, Commissioner and Dr. Doyle. I applaud you. You were talking about treatment and assessment, but what do we do for those families that after you assess them don't have health care? They can't get long-term counseling. They can't get treatment. What do you recommend in the community? I know that that's a big thing right now. You said trauma, and a lot of times when I speak with our young people, I'll say, how many of you know someone that has been murdered? 99% of the audience would do this. Our kids are going through a lot of trauma. What do they do for long-term counseling when they don't have? I mean, are there programs? Because it seems like in education, with the parents too, that they need to have some health care or something that would give them the opportunity for counseling long-term.
Let me start, and then I'll defer to Dr. Doyle. That we work in close partnership with Public Health, with Department of Human Services and Department of Behavioral Health about linking and accessing those children and their families to services that they do have access and through what would be considered the safety net for Georgia. However, you're correct, that is challenging, and it's really community by community that they're able to identify other resources to help this and support the family with that. So that is a challenge.
And I would like to be, well, to validate exactly what you said, our communities are challenging places, and trauma is multi-generational and is impacting parents and caregivers every bit as much as it's impacting children. One of the resources that I would highly recommend is something called the Care Management Entity, or CME. You would also hear that called Intensive Care Coordination, or IC3. And IC3 is a service that is funded by the Department of Behavioral Health, and it is a Medicaid reimbursable service, but it's not a therapy model. It is a high-fidelity wraparound model, and it's available in every county, even in those areas in, southwest Georgia where we know the populations are shrinking and we have service deserts and all of those problems. It's available there. And it is provided through Lookout Mountain Community Service Board and Viewpoint Community Service Board. And both agencies have contracts with DBH to serve the entire state. You can go to either. And the whole role of intensive care coordination is to have a worker dedicated to the family, not just to the child, but to the family and to the parents. And they reach out and say, okay, what do you have where you are, and what do you need for your specific situation? And do we need to go to the school with you and sit in the kids' IEP meeting? Where can we have this meeting? Where, do we need to go to the police department and meet with the local sheriff? Where do we need to be to get what you need where you live? And they will work with that family on an ongoing basis. It does require that the child have a mental health diagnosis, but quite frankly, for most of the kids we're serving, as Ms. Kaywood mentioned, that's not really a problem.
Thank you. I want to yield to see if we have any questions from any of the committee members.
Thank you, Mrs. Colwell and Dr. Dole. I think that what you're doing behind the wire is great. I heard you talk about the SAFE reassessment tool. I also heard you talk about the youth in custody practice model. My concern today is that how can we get young people to get the resources that you receive before they get to DJJ? So as a preventive and intervention, what can we do to prevent that? In other words, what does that collaboration look like for you, DJJ, before our kids get to DJJ?
And I would answer that. I would start with going back to the children in need of services, the CHINS population of those children that are identified as having status offenses, that in the community there are committees, and I believe the juvenile court and school system is involved in that's one of the front doorways to divert and then to link that child and that family to the services, because you ask the question, why did that child not come to school? Why did they run away? What are the underlying needs? And you address that there. For the early intervention, those evidence-based services I mentioned under the incentive grants of the cognitive behavioral groups and the family therapy, those are all front-end services. Now, some of those kids may already be on probation when they enter those services, but if you back up further, and then, you go less intensive would be the CHINS, and then before that, you're probably talking about children that are being identified in the community as being at risk. They're probably already being identified at school as being behind, and that they're having challenges with getting their basic needs, and that those are opportunities for the community to come up with initiatives. And I do know through Family Connections that they try to address some of those underlying issues, such as children that are not reading on grade level by third grade. Mm-hmm. And what we know is, like Dr. Doyle was saying, is when kids are not engaged in school and they don't feel like they belong to a community or to a family, then they are very vulnerable to gangs. But if they're engaged in school and they feel good about school and they feel like that they can keep up and they understand and they have supportive adults around them up until bedtime, then they're less likely to be vulnerable to gangs. Do you want to add to that?
I would, yes. And I believe the bodies that Ms. Kaywood was referring to are called the Local Interagency Planning Teams, LIPTs. and every community has one, and they're essentially a community-wide treatment team for any child. And DJJ sits on that, but everybody does, and it's very local and specific to that community. You know, I would say also that school-based services of any kind and the governor's initiative to expand school-based mental health is definitely a step in the right direction. But any sort of engaging and supportive opportunities in the school and opportunities to help kids remediate, as Ms. Kaywood was saying, and stay engaged always helps. And, you know, obviously I focus on adolescents because that's the group we care for. But if you look at the literature, the good news is just about anything you do at just about any point of the continuum helps. So if there's a program in your local community to help with prenatal care for moms who might not have the good diet or the care that they need, there's some very good literature that shows that working with mothers who are having problems with their children, having a good, healthy attachment, that a brief program can produce significant results, even with a mother-child bond that has a really disrupted attachment, that can be made a secure attachment with a fairly short intervention. So there are a lot of strategies downstream that have a significant impact upstream, and the more you can involve the entire family unit, the longer lasting that intervention will be.
Dr. Dahl, I'm going to just interrupt to make sure that we don't have any other questions from committee members. Let me say this. You all do a tremendous work. This is the other side that we don't see and that we need, and that we need to work hand in hand. And I keep hearing collaboration. So we look forward to continuing to work with DJJ and to see what we can do to attach that village. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Say, Commissioner, you got a great staff. And let me say this, and she's being very humble. Our Commissioner of DHS, Commissioner Crittenden, is phenomenal. We've never have been at a loss of assistance for information or programs through DFACS or all the above. So you got a great group of people here, even representing representatives from our superintendent of schools, Kit Cummings and Beverly Trotter. These gentlemen are being very humble. Chairman Hitchens is a preflow of history and experience. And my great leader, Representative Brian Prince, who has served on a cadre of committees and from military to his service in the House. We've got a lot of leadership. I'm very excited that we also have great leadership from Atlanta for Mr. Stokes, Dominic Stokes, as he comes, has a tremendous program in Atlanta. We're looking for programs, but we want to get everyone on the same page to work together. Your house, whatever you're comfortable with. But we want to give him a chance to present to us, and then we're going to ask some questions, and then we're going to get ready to wrap up this segment. Would you give Mr. Dominic Stokes a big hand?
Before we start, I'm just going to show a quick video.
With the gang problem here is fighting back with his camera.
Dominic Stokes says he got tired of seeing gang members and their victims getting hurt, so he shot a documentary to shock people into action. CBS Atlanta's Bernard Watson is live at the Fulton County Jail with the story. Bernard.
Well, Jaquetta, young people and teens all across Metro Atlanta end up in jails just like this one. And Dominic Stokes says the sad part about it is it could all be prevented if more people got involved. And he's hoping his documentary sparks change.
Gangbanging is active.
Disturbing images from an underground scene that most people in Metro Atlanta know nothing about. A world where colors, hand gestures, and guns equals death.
Everywhere you turn, you put yourself in danger.
Atlanta's gang scene is being brought to the big screen by Dominic Stokes.
It's a virus that is spreading not only throughout this state, but throughout this country.
His documentary is called If Streets Could Talk, a project more than a year in the making.
Very involved, going in the streets, going into gang-infested communities, drug communities, talking to gang members, former gang members, OGs.
The exact number of gangs in Metro Atlanta is unclear. What is clear, more than a few call it home.
More and more kids that are not only joining gangs, but being caught up in the juvenile detention center.
As the founder and CEO of Community Teen Coalition, Stokes is not just filming gangbangers, he's trying to change them.
And so what we do is try to talk to the kids, talk to the young people that are involved in these gangs, try to give them some alternatives. What can we do to get you out of this lifestyle?
Benny Orell got out of the gang life, but only after nearly dying in a shootout.
It was point blank range. I took one to the upper thigh, one to my kidneys, and I had my right calf blown out. I have to help save our babies. You know, that's a promise I made to God, and I'm going to stand on it.
I'm at the point in my life where I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, and something has to be done.
And Dominic says he's actually risked his life getting this film together. He actually goes up to the gang members and gets them to talk about what they're doing, and some of them how they want to change their lives. And again, he's hoping this documentary will help spark change.
Dominic, Representative Prince wanted me to tell you that the reporter looked just like you. You sure that wasn't you?
Well, first of all, Representative Gilliard, I want to tell you thank you, the study committee, just for allowing me this opportunity to talk a little bit about my program. The video you just saw was several years ago when I was working on a documentary about youth gangs. Just like the end of the clip said, that I was at the point where I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I think at that point, you know, frustration comes in because during that time, I was tired of going to funerals. It was like every month there was a funeral I was going to. I was starting to see young people, more and more young people that were going into the juvenile detention center, young people that were getting sentenced to 15, 20 years. And things were out of control. In 2007, I founded Community Teen Coalition as a youth enrichment entrepreneurship program. I was working in corporate America, went to my wife. I got married in 2006. In 2007, I resigned from my corporate job. I said I was believing that God was leading me to do something more. She said, well, you're already doing enough. You're working, you're doing great in your career, you're advancing. And you're still helping out in the community. I said, no, it's something deeper than that. I said, I need to do it full time. I was led that I needed to do it full time. And at the time, I didn't quite understand why. Right in the middle of the recession, 2007, 2008, I remember people coming to me and said, why would you start a nonprofit organization in the middle of the recession? People are not giving, people are not donating to nonprofit organizations. I said, you know what? This is what I'm called to do, and this is what we're going to do. So over 10 years, we funded our own program through my entrepreneurship program, and I'll talk a little bit about it. I'm going to do something a little different. I don't have a lot of time, but I didn't want to go through a lot of the PowerPoints. I'm just going to show a couple of videos. They're short videos, but it'll kind of highlight some of the things that I saw that worked in our program for over 10 years. I've worked with so many different young people from all different socioeconomic backgrounds, and I've worked with a lot of gang members. And we, through our program, we're able to get so many young people off the streets, just doing some very simple things. And I'll talk a little bit about that. But as a lot of the presenters talked about, you know, we talked about why so many people join gangs. And there are so many different reasons. And through my research and my documentation and through my filming, I was able to come across so many young people that were dealing with a lot of issues. So of course, when you look at, you know, it brings me back to psychology class, and you look at Maslow hierarchy of need, and I just wanted a picture of that, but it was so relevant because as I started to meet so many young people, there were so many reasons, so many voids in their lives. And so when you look at psychological needs, food, water, and so many other needs that come with that, I started to read a lot of young people that were on the streets, that were homeless. I did a documentary with my youth called Atlanta's Young and Homeless. We were raising awareness about homeless youth in Atlanta. And we started to see that so many of these young people that were joining gangs, it became a sense of survival. For shelters, for food, one thing we didn't talk about was for money. They wanted to generate money. They needed money to survive, needed money to live. For you and I, you know, we go to work. But for some of these young people, especially during the time of a recession, they had very limited opportunities because unemployment was in double digits, sometimes at 20%. Some of the jobs that these young people were trying to get, even at a fast food restaurant, adults were taking those jobs during that time because they had to survive. And so young people came and said, Mr. Stokes, what do we do? And so one of our mottos was don't wait for the opportunity, create the opportunity. And so we created our entrepreneurship program, and I'll show you a video, and it was teaching young people skill sets that they didn't have. And also skill sets that they had on the streets where they were doing marketing, sales, and distribution, we turned it into a positive outlet for them. And so they had no idea. They said, man, are you serious? We're doing sales, marketing, and distribution? I said, yes, you are. You're on the corner, you got customers. They said, oh, yeah, I do. I have customers. I said, you're marketing? So what do you do? Well, I got to do this, I got to do that, then I got to let people know. How do you build your clientele? Yeah, okay. I said, so you're marketing, right? And so they start to understand the business concept and say, you know what? I can do something else with this. And so we have Italian Ice carts, and we have contracts throughout Atlanta, some of our school systems, where we have young people that actually work the carts. They learn soft skills, how to communicate, you know, how to interact with people. They learning about profit margins, finance, dealing with money. And so now we're creating skills that are transferable skills. And so many of our young people that work through this leadership program, they learn valuable skills, and then now they can go and get employment. And so what I was, and for me, my background is human resources. I have a master's in HR. So I've been on the other side of the hiring side. And it was frustrating because you come across, even adults, incompleted applications, resumes, they know how to build a resume, right? And so these are our young people that are not able to find a job, then they become frustrated. And so now, the only way they know is, you know what? I can rob and steal, and I can make money for myself. And so now we channel that and say, you know what? We're going to create an opportunity for you. We're going to teach you how to create a resume. We're going to teach you job skills, so now you can complete an application where you don't turn in a blank application. Now you're more marketable when you go out into the world of work. And so this method has been very successful. We can get a lot of young people, not only gang members, just young people in general, off the streets. So when you look at, I know we talked about, because I want to give you a couple of numbers. So we talked about in 2005 to 2011, during that time, there was 600,000 more gang members. So the FBI did a report from 2011 to 2018. So there's roughly almost a 70% increase in gang members. 70% increase. When I started working and started to really publicize and go to meetings and town halls and talk about the gangs over 10 years ago, it was a hush. People said, you know, we don't want to talk about that. Georgia doesn't have a gang problem. I said, we have a problem. There's going to be an epidemic. I said, I'm seeing it constantly. Well, we're worrying about home values. We don't want to scare the community. But now, where we are, we're talking about, it's over 71,000. We're saying 71,000. Those are soft numbers. But over 71,000 gang members in Georgia. That is scary. Very scary. Then when you look at the juvenile justice system, I said, you guys are doing an amazing job. I had the opportunity to go through your Citizen Academy. I went through that to kind of learn the ins and outs. But roughly about $90,000 incarcerated juvenile a year. 90,000. Georgia spends over $1 billion a year on incarceration. For us, so if we keep a young person out of the juvenile detention center, out of jail, so you look at, we work with probably over 200, let's just use 200 as a soft number, 200 students per year, times 90,000, like $18 million that we save the state every year. $18 million that my program saves the state. Because young people are not being incarcerated. Young people are being productive. They're going through our job readiness program. They're going through our college preparatory program. I also have 3 upper bound programs. We have a STEM program where we're teaching young people from low income, first generation, where they're first in their family to do what no one has ever done, and that's to go to college. And not only to go to college, to graduate from college. I'm a first-generation college student. I grew up from Boston, Massachusetts, so I understand in Roxbury, Dorchester, gang-infested. I grew up in College Park, gang-infested. So I understand the dynamics of where our young people are coming from, right? And so what our program has done through these programs is allow our young people the alternative besides gang activity. And so I think I mentioned to a couple people, we don't tell young people to get out of a gang. We give them an alternative, right? Because if you tell them to get out and we don't have nothing to replace it with, then what? Then what? And I've been there. I've been in meetings where we say we want these kids to get out, we get out, but then we say, what are we gonna give them? And then it gets quiet. We don't have nothing to replace it with.
Come on.
So that sense of belonging, right? That sense of family, right? That sense of pride, that money, those are the things that the gangs are able to give these young people. So have you ever thought like, man, 600,000, right? There's an increase. Every year, the numbers of gang membership, youth gangs are going up. Why is that? What's so attractive about knowing that I'm gonna end up in jail or in the grave? Psychologically, like something is wrong. That kids, not only kids in impoverished communities, because I have kids that come from parents that are well off, but these kids are missing something in their lives. And so I like to go back to it takes a village. It goes beyond this and understanding that even law enforcement can't do it by themselves. I was just with John at another meeting where we're talking about organized retail crime. Organized retail crime loses $30 billion on organized retail crime. And so over years, we partner with retailers because young people were going into these retailers' establishments and they were stealing. And I said, you know what? We'll provide our Italianized cards. We'll sit it outside your store, and these kids were working. And I said, we'll give them an alternative besides going into your store and stealing. And these kids were able to generate monies for themselves, right? Preach. So just a couple things. I'm gonna show you another video, and then each video I'm just gonna touch on a couple things that worked. We do believe in a holistic approach. So we have therapists, licensed therapists on our staff. So everything that the panel, the speakers were talking about, mental health is another issue, trauma is serious. Especially when you go into some of these communities where a young person wakes up in the morning, have to deal with all the issues at home, right? Family issues, mom not there, dad not there, drugs or whatever. They leave out, you got gang graffiti tagging all over their building, right? Then they have to go to school and then got to go back into that same community. That does something to your psyche, right? And so programming is important. But one thing that we've done is exposure. We get our kids outside of their communities. I just got back from LA. We took a flight to LA, took 40 students to LA. Amazing trip. We went to DC this summer in July, spent a week in DC, and one of the students said, man, I actually saw the White House. I never in my life imagined that I would have an opportunity to see the White House. And then a week later, we went to LA. Last year, I took 30 males, we went to New York City. Every hotel had a view of Times Square, and it was intentional, because I wanted them to wake up every morning, look outside, and see Times Square, see millions of people out there at 2 o'clock in the morning. Opportunities are endless. And so the young people that I've worked with, even some of these gang members that, are robbing, smashing, I work with if kids from 30 Deep, the Smash and Grab, the Blue Jean Bandits, I work with all of them, several. But when you start to expose these young people and you get them a new way of thinking and start to change their mindset, you started to see change. We care. We gave them consistency. It wasn't just, I'm here today, I'm gone tomorrow. And we gave them accountability. These young people want structure. These gang members, they want structure. They want structure. They're crying out for it. So even when I went to DJJ, I went to Metro a couple years ago, and I had my Italianized carts at the Juvenile Detention Center. I used to bring Miss Carrie Hamilton invited me out. And so we brought the carts out to the Juvenile Detention Center, and I used to speak there to some of the youth and do workshops. it was just as an incentive for those students. I went to, in College Park, the Juvenile Detention Center there, I think it was last year, and I spoke about business and entrepreneurship. So many of the young people came to me after we finished the presentation and said, you know what, man, I was thinking about opening up this business. I was thinking about doing this. And so when we talk about 60% of the juveniles are in gangs, so these are gang members come to me and say, you know what, I have this business idea. So what are we doing to fuel that, right? And so we have to be proactive and take that and say, you know what, let me connect you with some individuals. And that's what I did with some young people. I connect them with some individuals that are doing what they want to do. And I challenged them. I said, if this is what you really want to do, how serious are you? And so my question today also to everyone that's here is, are you interested or are you committed? Because we can be interested and get involved about the crisis and everything that's going on. We can have meetings, we can do all this, but are you really committed?
All right.
Because we talked about this over 10 years ago, and it's getting worse, right? It's getting worse. And so I'm gonna show you another video. Is mine? Oh. So this video is my entrepreneurship program at Clark Atlanta University.
The coalition is like another family for me. They're always here, and they're people I can talk to. Community Teen Coalition gives us some sense of direction in which to head. It puts us on the right track towards a better future. I like my job. It's fun, and I have lots of, and I get to meet people every day.
Community Teen Coalition is a program that encourages youth entrepreneurship. CTC prepares and encourages youth to create a job rather than get a job. The program also gives kids strategies for today's business world. For example, how to develop businesses and soft skills such as effective communication,
$2.
team building, public speaking, and decision making through CTC's Italianized vending cart program. My wife and I, over the years, have offered potential teenpreneurs the opportunity to learn the basics of business and be exposed to successful educators, entrepreneurs, and corporate professionals. With the outstanding support of Walmart, Clark Atlanta University, Fulton County Schools, Grady Stadium, Lakewood Stadium, the program continues to spark one success story after another.
So Ebony Thurman, during this video, she was homeless. Her and actually her entire family was homeless. And so she spent actually 2 years out of school. We actually got her back in school where she graduated, and then she ended up going to college. But the cool thing about this entrepreneurship program, mostly every gang member that I've met, most of them, one of the motivators was money. And it just makes sense, right? Why not create an opportunity for them when they can generate money for themselves? And so we just use this as one tool to teach young people that they can take this and they can grow from it. And so we have young people that created their own business, from marketing, from promotions. Young people are good with gadgets and editing. And so some of them started their own editing companies where they're editing films and stuff like that. I use young people to help edit my films. And so now we're providing more opportunity for them. And we put it back on them. And so we're not gonna make excuses. I remember visiting my dad at 12 in prison, my biological dad. So when they come to me with stories, I say, you know what? Don't let the suit fool you. My story is your story. I'm just like you. There's no difference. I said, but I had to make a decision to say, you know what? I need to change what was going on within my dynamics of my family. And thank God I had a mother that was committed to my growth and my development and got me out of a particular area and made sure that she instilled some strong values in me. And so those are the things, just like Ebony said, it was a family. And so now we become, instead of the gangs becoming the family, we become the family. And so we're recruiting just like the gangs. So the gangs are recruiting heavily, we're recruiting too. I'm right beside them recruiting. and it's, you know, over the years, and I'll show one last video, because what I'm trying to show you is that we know there is a problem. We know it is. Gangs are always going to be here. There's no way that we can eradicate gangs. There's just no way. Gangs will always be here. But what can we do to make sure, one, that we can limit the number of young people that are joining gangs? I had several meetings during my documentary piece that I stopped filming over 7 years ago, had my daughter, just because of the risks. I was out for 2 years, and I have hours of footage. And I was in areas that people would start to ask, like, how are you able to get in these communities? I started to go where Asian gangs, Mexican gangs, some very heavy stuff, and I was able to document a lot. And I knew that I had a short period of time where it's kind of a calling over my life, and when I had my daughter, I said it's time to step back. Never had any situations. I was very upfront and honest, and I said, I'm tired. I'm tired of the killings, and I'm tired of the shootings. Just from those conversations, I've been able to form coalitions with former gang members. And I think it was several years ago, we actually were, I wouldn't call it a tour, but we were going to several schools, and we were speaking to young people about gangs. Because guess what? Some of them were tired too. They were tired of going to funerals. They were tired of losing loved ones. And so I utilized them a lot. I have not only in Georgia, but through Lawton, Oklahoma, been there twice. So when you talk about it takes a community, Lawton, Oklahoma, when they invited me out, had 27 churches in a 2-mile radius. 27. But everyone was doing their own thing. Right. And the gangs will continue to grow. Everybody wanted to say, you know, I created this, I created that. No one wanted to join forces together and say, how can we make this community better? And so now you're not only saying that we have gangs, but we have gangs that are trained in the military that are in the gangs in that small community. And that's dangerous. So even in my own city, our goal is to continue to connect the dots. So what we're seeing today is definitely, I commend, because even everyone that came and spoke, I mean, just was on point. That's why I said there's no need for me to do a PowerPoint presentation, because you guys covered everything. But it's how do we move from this onto the next layer? You know, because I've been at the layer where we move out and then we stop there. And then the gangs continue to grow. And then 5 years from now, we're saying we still have a gang problem. What can we do? I'm going to show you one last video, and I'm going to touch on that. And so this next video, so we do a lot of mentoring also. And so one of the key components with our young people is we talked about mentorship. We talked about display. Okay, I play. Some of the things that our young people were missing was really, when you deal with young people that grow up in families, single-family homes, they don't have dads. Most of the young people I work with didn't have fathers in the home. And so what we've done over the years, even with our young girls, we have some amazing young girls in our program, but our guys in particular, we actually did a brunch. We rented out the Glen, the top of the Glen, and we had a brunch. And this brunch was made up of district attorneys, was made up of people from law enforcement, FBI, from corporate America, from finance, from accounting, engineers, from every department, pretty much career path that these young people wanted to pursue. And within this, I had some members that were in different gangs, and some are not in gangs. So if you see anybody, oh, that's such and such kid, doesn't mean that person was in a gang. So I just want to make that disclaimer. I work with kids from all socioeconomic backgrounds, but we had several that were in gangs. But the experience that they were able to get from this, so now they had what we called accountability partners. And so we had people that they were able to sit with and talk about life. You know, just conversation. And from there, they were able to build relationships to help them get to where they want to be. So he created a roadmap, and I'll talk about it. I'll let you see it. Hey, first of all, I want to say good morning. Today is very special, man. Look around. Nothing but brothers in here. So this whole event is intentionally to bring you guys together, all right? It's brotherhood. I want you guys to take this to your advantage and get to know the mentors that are here today.
To me, a mentor is just someone that looks over you and guides you and just helps you better yourself for the future.
Hello, my name is Kelly Anthony from This Is It Barbecue and Seafood. We're here today mentoring a great group of young men that's hungry for knowledge. So mentoring for me is a great way to give back with all these great men and all these great young men that's trying to learn and do something different. I mean, it's just real important.
The biggest thing that I learned today is just to stay true to yourself and don't try and change yourself while you're talking with other people.
So news not gonna report that. So I just wanted you guys to see, now you have nothing but young men together fellowshipping, right? Just something very simple, but from there, the conversations and the feedback that we got from the young people really appreciated the opportunity to sit in front of an engineer. Because when you look at a gang member, when you look in their communities, they don't have engineers in there, right? You're not gonna see a doctor, right? What are the odds of that? They're not gonna see those individuals. I don't know what that is. Somebody's wedding. Oh, okay, I went to the next slide. And so what we try to do is create those environments for them, because those are the things that they tell them, like, this is what I need. Like, what our kids see is what they will be. So if they constantly see drug dealers, they constantly see other gang members, aunties, uncles, abuse, you know, we're worrying about the anger and aggression. When you look at the violence now, the hyper-violence now with these kids, so we work with that, or how to deal with your anger, how to deal with your aggression, and we have psychiatrists, counselors, therapists that will also, at this meeting, where we can have those conversations. And it's no judgment. It's no judgment. Just come who you are, and let's have a conversation. And so those are some of the techniques that through our program where we've been able to be successful. 2015, I think 2016, I received a Director's Community Leadership Award through the FBI. And so they recognized some of the work that we were doing, and they even started to make calls and say, you know what, before we lock this person up, what are some suggestions? What do you have? And that shows a step in the right direction of knowing that we can't continue to incarcerate our way out this problem. It's needed. Some people need to be locked up for a very, very long time. They really do. But there are a lot of individuals that, and I've seen it, even with the Georgia gang statute, where I see young people, especially young black boys, brown boys, or whatever, are incarcerated for a very long time, may commit a robbery, a crime, but then they throw the gang statute, and then they're gone for the rest of their lives. And these are individuals that probably wasn't the solution. You know, may need to do some time, but when you may get 5 years, but now that 5 went to 10 years because of the law, 15 years, and this young person, life is over. And many of the young people I've seen, they go in with a GED, come out with a PhD in crime. So they're learning more techniques inside the prison system, right? And so we've partnered with, you know, some of these families that are young people are coming out to try to provide some alternative methods for them. But once again, just kind of in closing is that, you know, it takes a village. I mean, I can spend all day of all the stuff that we've done, evidence-based programs that we've done, even through our Upward Bound programs, which is a preparatory program for high school students, you know, providing the resources and everything that they need. And it's been very successful. We got a 100% high school graduation rate. Right now, I think we're probably at like, for one program, probably like 87% and then 90% college, post-secondary education. And so, you know, our goal always is to be 100%. But when you're working with the dynamics that we're working with, you know, if we can get them through college, through high school, even to go to college. I had a call when I was out in the hallway, had a guy from Griffin Community, graduated, and he a lot of stuff going on. He said, you know what, I'm ready to change. I said, where do you want to go to school? And he told me where he wanted to go to school. I said, right after as soon as I leave this meeting, I'll reach out to you, and we're going to make sure we get you in school. And this young man had a 3.5 GPA, but he was caught up. But he said, I get it now. And so we have to understand with some of our young people, we have to be patient, you know? And so I know we all, just in closing, have a role and responsibility. And so, you know, my role is not incarceration. You know, that's not what our program is about. Our program is try to partner with law enforcement where we can decrease the number, partner with the juvenile system to see how we can decrease the number of young people being incarcerated, you know? And that's what our program is about. But I definitely want to thank you for the opportunity. We're going to continue to press. I didn't want to stay too long to give you all these slides, but like I said, we know what the issue is. I just wanted to highlight a couple things, and we do some amazing things with our young girls in our program, but would like to further this on to another conversation, another point where we can go a little more in detail. But thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Stokes, if you just would remain, I do want to you know, say that we want to make some plans as we come back to Atlanta in November to visit your facility. But we wanted to, like Mr. Veal and others, make sure you had the platform, because when I read about your program and saw the work that you were doing, especially the entrepreneurship component, it is tremendous. I do want to commend you on your tenure and your vision. It's an outstanding program.
Thank you.
What can we do as state officials and those that are here on this committee to help you further and expand what's working?
Well, a couple things. I think one is after leaving here that we continue the dialogue and partnership. I know for me, of course, you know, with any nonprofit organization, funding is always an issue. Not for us, but I'm just saying in general. I would like to see, just from our state, is just more resources put towards education. It has been proven that education has decreased the number of students in crime and so many other activities, but you know, we're spending a lot of money on incarceration. So I would like to see more conversation with that. Also, just the partnership, you know, just even our young people don't know that they can have careers doing what you do. You know, they don't know. They have no idea. And so so that was what that brunch was about, letting them know that it's possible. And so I also would like to share, if we can be more open in telling our stories, you know, so everyone that wears a suit, you know, didn't come from a great background.
That's right.
You know, so our young people need to hear that as inspiration and motivation to continue to press. And so when they hear my background, they understand. It's like, oh, wow. So why didn't you join gangs, your family and all this? I said, it was all around me. Drugs, uncles, cousins, murder. I saw it all as a kid. But I said, I want it better. And they said, oh, wow. And they look at you differently because they assume that you don't understand. And so you can imagine a city official or someone, you know, I bring them around CEOs, and they'll tell you, Mr. Stokes, and I got so much stuff for the last 2 years that we've done. We haven't even posted on our site. So I just want to continue those dialogue. And also, like I said, lastly is, you know, I want them to be able to see people that don't look like them. You know, I want them in front of those individuals where they understand. And that goes both ways, because I work with kids, a very diverse group, kids that just stick to their community. Doesn't matter their ethnic background, but they just stick to their community. And so we're doing a better job of just with diversity and inclusion and letting them understand that the world is global, and it helps out when they're able to communicate. When they go to jobs, they're not afraid to communicate certain things. And then last is just creating the pipeline of partnerships. So we just partnered with UPS, and UPS is coming out next week, and they're bringing 10 of their employers out from HR. And we're doing mock interviews, resume critiques. We partner with the Georgia Retail Association on some other activities. So our goal is to continue to partner and partner and partner because we're all in this together.
Awesome. Yep. Anyone else on the committee have any questions, anything to say? Well, we want to thank you, man, and I'm excited. I do want to say that you were modest because I saw your picture of Big Boy, and I saw Reverend C.T. Vivian from the Civil Rights Movement. So those parables of generation to generation show that you're doing the work. So thank you so much for everything that you continue to do, and we look forward to working with you.
And we just gave C.T. Vivian an award. So we had an event at the Porch. I had a video of that, too. It was pretty cool. At the Porch Experience Center, and honored him for his work and his commitment just for civil rights and for human rights. So they had the opportunity to see, a legend. And so that was kind of another thing that our students were motivated about.
Was the first word he said to you was what? Later.
Yeah, you already know. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we close, I see we have Judge Leroy Burke here, and I want to, first of all, not only recognize you and what they have been doing is innovative in our court system, and I think our juvenile detention center is a little bit less from what you all have done, the innovative work that you've done. I want to thank you, Judge Burke, and Judge Cole and Judge Colbert and others so much for everything you do. And the front porch also. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave to the committee members if you want to do a closing comment or anything. And thank GMA for being involved. We want to thank Georgia Southern University for your hospitality, all of the presenters that have come on today, as well as our legislative staff. And Mr. Francis, hold your hand up right there. That's a hardworking man. He has been organizing and calling and structuring all these meetings, doing a tremendous job. And our legislative staff, Mr. Adams, and I know Mr. Arrington is here, and Mr. Gale and Ms. Gunn. I want to thank you all. I'll yield to the committee members. Commissioner.
Thank you. This has been a great meeting. It's been very informative. I appreciate it. And I'd like to offer for our next meeting to have someone from DFACS come and talk about the issues with gangs and children in foster care and coming out of foster care, that 18 and 21 piece.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Got your marching orders, Mr. Francis. Thank you. Commissioner.
Just to echo what the Commissioner said again, just thank you. It's been very informative. I know coming from the up in the metro area and then coming down to Savannah, it seemed like everyone's dealing with the same issues, and it's just very interesting to hear different perspectives. So I really appreciate being here.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Well, I probably said a lot at the beginning, and I hadn't said much since, but I have a long history in dealing with these types of problems, and as has already been demonstrated, there's so many facets to it. Every case is pretty much individualized, but as Mr. Stokes said, in that hierarchy of needs, many of these people suffer from physiological problems, but once you get up to the self-actualization, everybody wants to be recognized. Everybody wants to be a part of something, and if you can fulfill those desires outside of belonging to gangs, I think you go a long way. Part of that's the education. I said earlier, a good education is the key to success in life. It's the foundation upon which a good life is built, and you only get one shot at that. If you don't get a good education, you're going to have significant problems along the road of life. And I think we've done a pretty good job with some of these problems. The last couple of years we've had the criminal justice reform legislation that's gone through, and what it's done is for a lot of minor offenses, particularly drug offenses, we have, instead of incarcerating people and put them in a prison system or juvenile detention, we put them under government care. The probation officers and parole officers have taken them under wing and tried to steer them in the proper direction. And I think putting people in jail or the prison system for minor offenses just is another step along the road to problematic life, because if they're not a good criminal going in, a lot of them are when they come out. They do get the opportunity for education. I've been in I tell people a lot of times, I've been in almost all the prison in the state of Georgia, and I've even gone up in death row and talked to some of the individuals incarcerated there to get their perspective. And you know, the main thing they say is they regret what happened and how their lives went that far and how they came to be there. But you know, whatever we can do to facilitate keeping these kids out of the gang system. I've got a good friend that I kind of grew up with. Chairman here knows him, Dr. Goldwire at Effingham County, who's African American. I think he had 10 brothers and sisters. They economically didn't have a whole lot. He joined the Army about the same time I joined the Marines, and during the Vietnam War, we both went to Vietnam. And I think we learned a lot of life's lessons. And when we came back, both of us went to college. He ended up getting his PhD. His sister got a PhD. He was the principal of South Effingham High School for many years. And he runs a program now that I think is one of the best ones he calls it Parent University. And he brings parents. It's a volunteer program. Of course, we can't make anybody come, but a lot of parents who grew up and didn't think that they had the value system or the experience in mentoring their children and steer them in the right direction, he does that for them. And I think it's had a great impact in our community. And you know, it's just one of the things you could look at that's very positive. And I've seen the results. You know, a lot of children, all they need is to be positioned so that they can see a good life. They have opportunities, economic opportunities, and get a good job. And they self-actualize like that instead of being in the gang and having all their buddies that are in criminal activities, and you do violent things or commit crimes, then you get status from that. And it's a whole lot better for our society if you get status from getting a good job, getting married, having children, and raising them in a proper fashion. So I enjoyed being on the committee, and I enjoy these hearings, and I think most of us are in the right direction. My life has been putting people in jail, but I certainly understand that, and I was on the Criminal Justice Appropriations Committee for many years. Just the Department of Corrections is $1.4 billion a year. There's a lot of things we could do with an extra $1.4 billion to help people if we didn't have to incarcerate them. And like the gentleman said, there are some of them that need to be up there and need to be locked away forever because they're horribly violent. We had one that got paroled, got out of jail, got on the bus, rode to Cordele, Georgia, his hometown, and killed a guy in the bus station. He hadn't been out of prison for 4 hours. Some people need to be locked up. There are a lot of men there that have the ability to succeed in life that probably don't need to be in that environment. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the Honorable Representative Brian Prince.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to, I really appreciate the presentations today, and I'm looking forward to you guys coming to Augusta. Please show up down there. It's just right down the road for most of you. But seriously, on a serious note, I'm looking forward now to taking some of these recommendations for not so much solutions, because as someone said, it'd probably be gangs forever. However, there are some things we can do to help mitigate some of these things and try to catch these members at an earlier age, and as he said, just give them another opportunity, something else to look at. And again, I look forward to hosting you guys in Augusta, and again, coming up with some solutions that not only just not for this session, but that can carry on, our work can carry on past our time. So that's what we're looking for.
Thank you. Doctor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the presentations, and it seems like there were some common themes. One was education. One was the need to, as Mr. Stokes said, realize that when you say gang activity, you're really talking about individuals, and I don't think we need to forget that. I did want to point out, Mr. Chairman, that education does have a role, obviously, in so many things, but in gang prevention as well, because if students don't feel connected, they're going to look for places where they do feel connected. So we have a concentrated effort in Georgia to create positive school climates through, and you heard juvenile court talking, or DJJ talk about positive behavior interventions and supports. We support that because it's a research-based framework for improving school climate. And when I'm talking about school climate, I'm talking about students feeling like they're connected, feeling like they're engaged. The teachers feel like they're connected and engaged also, so their relationship with students is enhanced. And we're now up to 1,300 schools implementing PBS. We went from 70 in 2008 to 1,300 last year, and it's voluntary. We're not forcing schools to do this, but they learn from their colleagues that it does improve the climate of the school, which improves teacher retention, reduces discipline problems, and it improves academic outcomes. And also, another theme I heard today, Mr. Chairman, was mental health. Because of the legislature, we received a line item for mental health awareness for educators, and we partnered with the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And we have a menu of mental health training available for school systems around the state. And since last October, we've trained 18,000 educators on mental health awareness. And they have a choice. The number one, there's 18 choices of training because we know one size doesn't fit all. But the number one choice from educators so far is NAMI's Ending the Silence, dealing with the stigma of mental health. But the second most requested training is Trauma 101 for education professionals, which has led to a number of schools asking us for training on how to become a trauma-informed school. And that was also one of the themes we heard today was trauma. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. A few minutes remaining, Ms. Trotter and then Kit.
I am so grateful to be here today. This is an humbling experience. I think that together, I guess my overall takeaway would be together, this panel and you out there, we've asked a tough question. And with that question being asked, we have to be willing to look for those, to wait for that response. And together, I believe that we are going to find reasons to give young people not to destroy their lives through collaborative efforts and our genuine efforts to travel all over Georgia to do the work. Thank you again.
Thank you for your service.
I'm thrilled to be on the committee, and I want to thank the chairman for allowing me here. And I'm not sure about anybody else, but I'm leaving here today very encouraged. I've been around the problem for years, and for the last decade going into, 100 prisons and jails and working with gang members, especially young ones. And everybody's talking about the problems, and everybody's shouting louder and louder and arguing, debating, and trying to figure it out. And today has been about solutions. Hearing from experts, and I believe this is the beginning of something really beautiful. I think the things that encourage me the most, I've seen from the inside what punitive justice does to the young mind. And we're dealing with young people that they ain't afraid. They're not afraid to die. They're not afraid to go to prison. That's a soldier. And so they don't have fear. So locking them down doesn't scare them, but mental health, if we send somebody to the hole, it hurts the mind, especially a young mind. And so I feel like in a lot of ways we've been asking these young people, stay off the streets, stay out of the gangs, don't do drugs, get your diploma. But if we don't offer them something of greater value than what the streets are offering them, they'll choose the streets every time. And so I'm excited to see where this is going to go. We can look about incentives and rewards and giving these kids the tools, because I do agree with the doctor who said that their young minds are very pliable. They will change if somebody gets in there and believes in them. They're not afraid to die. What they lack is hope, and they haven't been taught how to dream. And the dream is bigger than what the streets is giving them. So thank you again, and I appreciate everybody. The presentations were great.
Thank you. I'll keep looking at my watch just to say that I want to make a promissory to Georgia Southern that we would do it at 2. But I want to also digress to say thank you, Matt, from our budget analysis department, as well as Justin and our media services. And most of all, thank you to Speaker Ralston for allowing us to have this committee and the members of the legislative family for voting House Resolution 585. Thank you all so much. Please know that you have a survey or just a recommendation sheet. If Mr. Francis, if you hold up your hand, or Mr. Arrington, if you leave it with them, and if you have more space or more things you want to recommend, please email me, and we'll get the information. We've asked GMA to send a survey out to 159 counties so we can get information from all of these counties, and so we will have a fair analysis as a committee. We want to thank you so much for your time, and this meeting is officially dismissed.
Good job.